Good morning, everyone. Meeting is now called to order at 9 o'clock. We will begin with a moment of silence, silent reflection, or silent prayer. Thank you. Supervisor Patty, will you lead us in the pledge? Thank you. For the record, this is the board meeting of February 25th, 2020. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Board Member Villapudua.
Here.
Board Member Patty.
Here.
Board Member Nguyen.
Here.
Board Member Elliott.
Here.
Board Chair Miller.
Here. Thank you. We're going to start this morning under presentations with our annual State of the County. As chair of the San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors, I'm honored to provide an overview of the state of our county. Since I was elected to the board in 2014, I, along with my fellow board members, have worked to champion issues and policies that protect, preserve, and improve San Joaquin County for all of our residents. Today, I want to focus on some of the highlights of our work together and look toward the year ahead. The issues that rise to the top of our priorities are homelessness, the physical health of the county, good governance, public safety, and of course, an issue that I'm passionate about, water. Homelessness is front and center in every community in California. San Joaquin County is certainly no exception. While we are faced with tough goals, we are making progress and have made great strides to address the needs of the more than 2,500 homeless individuals living in our county. In addition, the board established an encampment response team, or the ERT, to respond to public health and safety issues impacting our residents, as well as the homeless. The ERT and its protocols ensure the county remains in legal compliance with recent court decisions while responding to the needs of our residents. To date, all the encampments within the county's jurisdiction have been mitigated, and our team remains active on all complaints. We are also pursuing legislation to protect our levees and other critical infrastructure from encampment damage. This board is focused on leveraging the work of the San Joaquin Continuum of Care and our county staff to provide guidance on housing, mental health, substance abuse, and public safety to ensure that solutions we propose and actions we take reflect the complexities of the homelessness issue and that they are grounded in compassion. Our priorities are to create new units of permanent supportive housing, new beds for emergency shelters, and new funds for prevention. This focus is already making a difference. San Joaquin County Behavioral Health Services has instituted innovative projects, including progressive housing for homeless individuals with mental illness, providing case management and supportive services. This includes withdrawal management, mental and physical health care, emergency and permanent housing. In the past year, through partnerships with nonprofits and other local agencies, more than 1,300 homeless individuals were helped and connected with housing and specialized services. We have also established homelessness as an operational priority for all county departments to ensure that we have an all-hands-on-deck approach and that this priority is reflected in all departmental budgets. I'm proud of the board's policy decision to end homelessness for veterans by the year 2025. Plans are underway to build Victory Gardens, a 49-unit, permanent, supportive, affordable housing development for homeless veterans on approximately 4 acres of county-owned land in French Camp adjacent to the San Joaquin General Hospital, the Veterans Stockton Clinic, and the proposed VA community-based outpatient clinic and community living center. This type of housing with wraparound supportive services for veterans who served our country makes all the difference between them sleeping on the streets and having a safe, supportive, and dignified place to rest their heads at night. These are just a few of the examples of the collaborative work that we're engaged in to address homelessness. We are not naive about the complexities and the challenges we face, but we are taking informed and caring action and have faith that our efforts will make a difference and help turn lives around. Next, let's talk about the fiscal health of our county. As an elected board, each year we are committed to approving a sustainable and balanced budget that reflects the county's strategic priorities. Our 2019-2020 budget of $1.8 billion includes support for our stated priorities, including fiscal responsibility, good governance, economic development, public safety, and water. In recent years, we have developed a structurally balanced budget, which includes healthy reserves, now at $90.2 million. We have enjoyed a strong economy and have made sound decisions to leverage and protect our safety net. But we always need to be vigilant and realistic. While we are in a strong fiscal position today, we wouldn't be doing our jobs if we didn't anticipate and prepare for known and unknown threats on the horizon. These threats can include funding changes at the state or federal level that we cannot control, such as healthcare costs, public health costs, and new mandates from the state and federal government. In 2020, we're keeping our eye on maintaining fiscally sustainable labor agreements, containing pension costs, and tightening our belts among all departments in order to support our financial stability while preparing for the future. Good governance is at the core of everything we do, every decision we make. It is what links local government to its residents and strengthens accountability, transparency, responsiveness, effectiveness, and civic participation. It is in striving for good governance that we deliver some of our greatest accomplishments. Here's a few highlights. One of the most exciting items to report is a state budget item that will give local child support agencies $19.1 million in state general fund money with a 2-to-1 federal match to assist counties in delivering this important service. San Joaquin will receive $3 million this year. 19 years have passed since child support agencies received any new state funding, and San Joaquin County spearheaded this effort, which will have meaningful impacts on the families served all over our state. Further, the governor proposed additional new funding with additional federal matching for fiscal year 2020-21 and with a final augmentation slated for 21-22 to complete the stabilization of funding and allocations for child support agencies statewide. This money results in decreased poverty, reduced use of public assistance, increased parental involvement, and overall healthier kids. The board and our staff are to be commended for their tenacious efforts to bring about this new funding and formula. Through our Community Corrections Partnership under AB 109, we receive funding to support 24/7 mental health screening and assessment within county jail booking. Through this program, last year Correctional Health Services performed over 11,000 mental health screenings during the booking process, resulting in nearly 2,500 individuals receiving clinical assessment and referrals for treatment and coordination of discharge planning upon release from custody. Correctional Health also increased their integration into the county's whole person care program and are now providing warm handoffs for inmates to behavioral health services or county clinics as necessary upon release, along with transportation and access to reserved shelter and respite beds, so that vulnerable individuals with mental health needs are not released directly to the streets. With the adoption of our new industrial hemp ordinance, San Joaquin County has a new commodity to add to our $2.6 billion agricultural production industry. There is a total of 734 acres of hemp production already approved, along with 257,000 square feet of greenhouse space. It will be instructive to see how this new commodity helps diversify our agricultural industry at a time when many growers are looking for new alternatives and prospects for a profitable future. Stockton Metropolitan Airport recently added a new direct United Airlines flight to LAX. Already, more than 22,000 passengers have enjoyed this convenient new service, which supports San Joaquin County's business and economic growth. And Air Park 599 may finally come to fruition this year. After a number of years in development, the proposed 275-acre project located adjacent to our airport is anticipated to include nearly 4 million square feet of industrial, retail, and restaurant space. We hope to see a shovel in the ground by the end of this year. In our efforts to protect our natural resources while saving tax dollars, the county has initiated several projects to keep our communities clean and green. Most recently, our Public Works Department worked with PG&E to retrofit nearly 3,000 light posts with LED lighting at no cost to ratepayers, which could ultimately save our constituents $150,000 in electricity costs each year. Public Works is also about to break ground on a solar energy project at the Foothill landfill, which is expected to generate energy savings of $4.2 million over the next 20 years. Construction is off the charts throughout our county, but especially in Mountain House. Their first industrial park project is underway, the Mountain Technology Center, which includes 5 integrated light industrial, office, technical, and manufacturing buildings with plazas and courtyard. It is poised to attract innovative companies seeking nearby high-quality housing for their employees. They also have more than 3,000 finished residential permits, with 673 of those in 2019 alone. This rate of growth is exciting as San Joaquin looks to be part of California's solution to the housing crisis, especially considering the booming growth that has occurred in the past decade since the last census was conducted. We're fortunate that in the past year we managed to complete construction of the Phase 2 Acute Care Patient Wing Expansion Project at the General Hospital, replacing 45 of the 89 inpatient beds in the seismically non-compliant original Towers building. We accomplished this without incurring additional debt or subsidy from the general fund, and many more capital projects throughout the county are just getting started. Over the next few years, we're going to see a number of these construction projects that will improve San Joaquin County's services to its residents. The county's moving forward with the much-needed replacement of its 57-year-old public health facility. In July of 2020, the county plans to award a construction contract for the public health facility and lab replacement project on Hazelton Avenue. Construction is scheduled to begin this August, with completion in August of 2021. We're also moving forward to build a law and justice center on the site of the old courthouse, concurrent with the continued space programming and design for the new district attorney, public defender, and the sheriff's office adult work program. The preliminary design for one of the facilities for this new complex is scheduled to be completed in August and will be followed by the contract award for final design and construction. The county medical examiner is now working to build a new morgue medical examiner building east of the existing morgue. This substantial and important project will be completed without any public debt. Construction will begin in November of 2021 and is scheduled for completion in June of 2023. And speaking of the medical examiner, Dr. Hunter and his staff have been operating independently for nearly a year, conducting examinations, investigations, and proper interment of individuals who have passed away. It is a difficult job, and their incredibly meticulous work addresses the needed transparency and operational independence sought by this board and our constituents. Public safety is a critical priority for our board. We want the residents of San Joaquin County to feel safe in their homes and their communities. We believe that we need to approach public safety from every angle, looking at causes, justice, and healing. We have adopted new programs and protocols to identify and support inmates with mental health needs, adopted the SMART prosecution program, which reduced homicides in Stockton by 41% and shootings by 30%. I want to give a special thanks to our Chief Probation Officer, Stephanie James, who will be retiring at the end of March. I think I speak for the entire board in our appreciation of you, your staff, and the public service you provide in supporting safer, stronger communities. Thank you, Stephanie. And finally, I want to discuss our continued focus on water and the need for diligence on issues related to the Delta. Water is the lifeblood of San Joaquin County that contributes to our overall prosperity. But that precious resource is being jeopardized by climate change and powerful political forces that want to siphon Delta water supplies down to our neighbors in the South. In a state like California, we always need to prepare for the next drought, and it looks like it may be here. February has had the lowest rainfall in more than 150 years. It is more important than ever to ensure California's water supplies are resilient, even as the climate changes and the state continues to grow. Groundwater is vital to California and supplies over a third of the water Californians use, and as much as 60% in times of drought. The county participated in a massive 5-year effort with 15 other groundwater sustainability agencies to adopt a mutually agreed upon groundwater sustainability plan, which outlines how local agencies will achieve groundwater sustainability by the year 2040. The county was just awarded $350,000 from the Department of Water Resources to get the plan off the ground. Successful implementation of this ambitious plan will protect water quality and supplies for agricultural, municipal, environmental, and other beneficial uses for decades to come. The county and the San Joaquin Area Flood Control Agency also recently received word that the Lower San Joaquin River Flood Risk Reduction Project received a $22.8 million appropriation from the Army Corps of Engineers, one of only 2 flood control projects in the nation to receive this funding. This critical project will significantly improve flood protection in the metropolitan Stockton area for more than 50,000 residents and support critical infrastructure that's vital to our region's economic growth and vitality. Our pursuit to finally defeat a disastrous tunnel project in the Delta continues. We've been at this for well over a decade, and with each administration comes a new tunnel proposal. This time, it's a single tunnel. Any tunnel project, whether 1 or 2, cannot ensure water deliveries, solve issues related to climate change, protect infrastructure from an earthquake, or improve aquatic conditions in the Delta. In fact, the continued focus on a tunnel prevents better alternatives from being considered that actually reduce reliance on the Delta, protect the Delta's fragile ecosystem, produce more water for California, and secure water supply reliability. I can assure you, San Joaquin County is committed to achieving California's co-equal goals of providing a more reliable water supply and protecting, restoring, and enhancing the Delta ecosystem. The county will continue to pursue a portfolio approach that does not include a tunnel, whether through negotiations, legislation, or litigation. I said this 5 years ago, the last time I served as chair, and I will say it again today. The state of San Joaquin County remains strong. And that is due to the policies adopted by my colleagues on the board, our incredible and hardworking staff, and to each of our amazing residents who make this county a very special place to live, work, and play. We have so much to be proud of, and as always, there is much work remaining to be done. I look forward to another strong year of progress, prosperity, and outstanding public service. Thank you. Okay, so now is the time for public comment on matters within the jurisdiction of the Board of Supervisors that are not listed on the agenda and on any matters listed on the consent agenda. We request that you fill out a comment form if you address the board. There's a time limit of 3 minutes for these comments. There's a device on the podium with a green, yellow, and red light. The yellow light will come on 30 seconds before the end of your 3 minutes. With regard to public comment, the law strictly limits the ability of board members to discuss matters not on the agenda, so this is not an appropriate time to have a discussion with the board regarding your comments. We ask that you refrain from personal attacks during your comments and that you address all your comments to the Board of Supervisors and not to the audience. Comments from the public may not reflect the viewpoint of the Board of Supervisors. So I have a few cards here. First up is Mary Nicholson. Good morning, Mary.
To Board Chair Miller, Board of Supervisors Patty, Villapudua, Wynn, and Elliott. As the primary advocate for stroke prevention, acute and post-stroke care in San Joaquin County, I, along with an alliance of supporters, have been educating the community about stroke through initiatives, workshops, podcasts, social media, and handing out stroke education materials at community events over the last 13 years. In doing so, we have encouraged the communities within San Joaquin County to treat stroke as an emergency, call 911, and advocate for hospitals in the county to become primary stroke centers. As early as 2007, we shared the value of designated stroke centers using models from across the country. I would like to address items 10 through 14 in the consent section of today's agenda, which is renewing contracts for EMSA primary stroke center designations. I ask that you not lump the hospitals together and approve all hospitals without considering the following. I, Mary Nicholson, served on the first designated survey team that resulted in contracts with hospitals for the periods including February 1, 2018 through January 31st, 2020, and March 1st, 2018 to February 28th, 2020. I was an independent stakeholder on the team and the only one not an employee of San Joaquin County. I donated over 40 hours of time to ensure that the primary stroke designations were not biased and if any conscious or unconscious healthcare disparities existed, they were identified. I was appreciative to have the opportunity to do so, and I evaluated each hospital the same, which was disappointing in some cases. As a special note, 2 of the 4 people on the survey team actually worked at the hospitals we surveyed, which in other situations, ethically and in the best interest of patients, they should have recused themselves from evaluating those hospitals which they worked at, but they did not. Upon completing the survey team's findings and recommendations, all of the participating hospitals were approved as primary stroke center designations. But according to EMS policy number 4811, there have been some variances from the policy that need to be reviewed. Primary stroke coordinator turnover in San Joaquin County has been great. Some vacancies for extended periods of time. At one hospital, there's not been a stroke coordinator for almost 4 months. Based on the role of the primary stroke coordinator, a vacancy over an extended period of time is significant, especially if there is not an exercised contingency plan. After speaking to some of the stroke coordinators, contrary to the interviews of the stroke teams, in some instances, there is a disrespect for position, and often the stroke coordinator is not given any time by the primary stroke medical director and other reasons that have made this valuable role minimized and has increased the stress of the position and potentially affects the care of patients. The stroke coordinator acts as a liaison to EMS, supports the medical director's functions, facilitates stroke data, provides written policies for pre-hospital personnel, manages EMS stroke continuous quality improvement activities in a timely feedback, and provides timely feedback to EMS providers, provides records that demonstrate adequate training of ED staff to evaluate and treat acute stroke, show frequency of training, and they all by now should be registered at the California Registry data use agreement. Should have that agreement now for each hospital. Demonstrations planned for triage and treatment for acute stroke patients. These processes are supposed to be part of the CQI process, and it should identify the ability of, it should identify problems that exist at the root cause analysis. Now, what I'm reading, I've provided for each one of you, because the coordinator is the one who follows the stroke alerts, the door-to-needle timelines, and many other things. Most importantly, the triage education. So when somebody walks in, or when somebody is inquiring about stroke, there's somebody that can handle that. Stroke still is the leading cause of death. And I am asking the county respectfully to understand and take heed for what I'm saying. Please give it some time. It's not a matter of what is promised, it's what is being done. You have an opportunity to validate that, and I'm asking you not to do it today, but wait for validation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nicholson. Kelly Mertz.
Good morning, board members. My name is Kelly Mertz, and I am a registered nurse in the Trauma Department of San Joaquin General Hospital. We, the nurses of San Joaquin County, represented by California Nurses Association, stand before you today filled with frustration and dismay at this county's inaction in trying to reach a settlement in our MOU negotiations. As nurses of this county, we care for the most vulnerable citizens in our community. Every day we are at the bedside caring for your loved ones and your constituents. We know exactly what this county needs to do to improve staffing and provide safe patient care. We have been fighting to make these improvements both within and out of our MOU negotiations. We know that the county's proposed takeaways will only serve to send us headfirst back into the dangerous staffing crisis this county faced in 2015-2016. We have made comprehensive, fair, and equitable proposals at the bargaining table that would help this county become an employer of choice rather than a stepping stone to better employment. Yet the county bargaining team is unwilling to rise to the occasion. We have stood before this board on several occasions to bring to light the unsafe working and staffing conditions at San Joaquin General. We brought you letters of support from members of the state legislature and Central Labor Council. We have even met with at least one of you to discuss the unsafe and reckless takeaways the county is pursuing. However, this board has not heard us, has not taken us seriously, has not made safe patient care a priority, has not made the health care of this community a priority, and has not taken action to come to an agreement with us. Our attempts to reach a settlement with the county through mediation were fruitless. While we stand here before you frustrated and dismayed, we are also united and impassioned to protect our rights, our contract, our licenses, to protect our profession and our patients. This board has forced us to take drastic action to ensure that we are heard and taken seriously. Yesterday, we issued a strike notice to your county administrators. We remain hopeful that between now and our strike dates of March 5th and 6th, that this board will finally do what it should have done long ago and provide the leadership that is necessary to settle these negotiations. Thank you.
Thank you. Don Hofer?
Good morning, Chair Miller and County Board of Supervisors. My name is Don Hofer. I'm with Shea Homes. I was before you at your January 28th meeting, and so I figured I would come today to give a quick update on where we are with the Briar Square final map out at Mountain House. On January 28th, we brought an appeal to you. You asked that we go back to the Mountain House Community Services District and work out a solution, and we have been working to do that. After your meeting, we presented a solution that we had to the Mountain House CSD and asked for them to consider our map at their February 12th meeting. They initially indicated they would, and that our map would be on that agenda. We were later were then told that we weren't going to be on the agenda for no specific reason, but that we could come and ask for a special meeting. And so we did that at their February 12th meeting. We asked for a special meeting to consider our map. The board did not act on that. Since that time, we've continued to work with the CSD General Manager, Steve Pinkerton. And Steve has indicated that the one thing they indicated to you at the January 28th meeting of your body relative to Grant Line Road, that they were moving forward with resolution of the issues around Grant Line Road, and that the four-party agreement, which doesn't include Shea Homes, was poised to move forward at their March 18th meeting. And so it sounds like at this point, at their March 18th meeting, they will have this four-party agreement that advances Grant Line Road on their agenda. And Steve has indicated that he will be working with Board President Bernice Tingle to put our map on their agenda right after that. And so we're hopeful that what they say is the way things will actually work out, and that on March 18th, our subdivision improvement agreements and a recommendation that our map be approved is advanced at the CSD level, and then we'll be before you as quickly as we possibly can after that. As you remember, this is an important project. I've heard the state of the county speech this morning. Very well done. Thank you. And this is a project that brings 173 more affordable homes to your county. And we are poised to do that. We just need a final map. So that's my update this morning. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Josiah Thomas.
Okay, good morning. My name is Josiah Thomas. I'm president of Agland Management Consulting. Today I'm here to discuss zoning issues with industrial hemp cultivation. We've got clients here in this area that would like to take advantage of this new market. They're interested in using it, their infrastructure that they have in place to be able to cultivate industrial hemp, but some of the issues that we're running into are zoning issues. You guys only allow general agricultural zoned land. We would like to ask you guys to include limited agricultural zoning as well, AL5, AL10. There's multiple growers in this area that have infrastructure that could be included, and we'd like to see that happen. We'd also like to see the cultivation on indoor. We'd like to have you guys take a look at that. We'd like to do complete grows on the indoor side of things, which would be greenhouse cultivation. We'd like to be able to run from seed to harvest if possible. So we'd like you guys to take a look at that and see if there's any changes that could be made there. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Carrie Martin.
Good morning, Chair, members of the board. My name is Kerry Martin. I reside here in the county seat. I have appeared here many times over the years. I come today unprepared to speak to you, I guess you would say, out of an abundance of caution. The item is number 8 on the agenda, and it regards the salary class of deputy, already this is changing, Deputy Director of Behavioral Health Services Clinical. I want to remind you, I'm here as simply a citizen, but I come from a background of mental health. Actually, it goes back to when it was termed mental hygiene. So I've had a lot of years of experience. My problem here is that I am not assured that this item would be pulled and given a positive response on the part of the board. And I want to remind you that the pool for pulling staff for behavioral health here in this county, as I've said many times before, is nationwide. It is competitive in every instance. Unlike many of the charges that fall to the feet of this, the pinnacle of power here in San Joaquin County, behavioral health services, I believe, provides a positive cash flow. It is crucial that we have adequate, responsible staff. And that's really the reason why I'm here. I was not prepared to speak to you, but sitting back there, I got a little bit fearful. So I hope that you will respond to this responsibly and support behavioral health. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Tori Verber Salazar.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson and Board. Yesterday, San Joaquin County in partnership, San Joaquin County District Attorney's Office in partnership with the NAACP for Hawaii and the state of California, El Concilio of San Joaquin County, and Community Partnership for Families of San Joaquin County joined Assemblyman Phil Ting at the Capitol, along with the Californians for Safety and Justice. Last year, Governor Newsom signed a bill, AB 1076, that allowed automatic clearage for past convictions. That right has always been in play. You always had a right to expunge your cases. It was just a very labor-intensive process and an expensive process. And to give you a little background, if you came in to have a case expunged, you had to complete all the terms and conditions of your sentence, all the terms and conditions of your probation or parole, and had lived a life of redemption and an opportunity to turn things around. If you qualified for that, at that point, your case could be expunged. But it was a very heavy lift and burden upon San Joaquin County District Attorney's Office because we were required to do the heavy lifting. So you filled out a lengthy background packet, submitted it to my office. Full-time investigators were assigned to do the background and research on those expungements. And then the petition was filed with the court, and then from the court, it goes to the Department of Justice. Department of Justice is basically the mothership, if you will. Information in regards to criminal convictions goes to them. They then compile that information and create what is commonly referred to as a rap sheet or klutz. That rap sheet tells us what each and every individual has done, and it's very expensive and labor intensive to get it to that point. Last year's AB 1076 didn't change or expand the law. What it changed was the process in which to get an expungement. And that was authored and passed. But at the end, as all bills are in their journey, it was negotiated that it would not be retroactive, meaning anybody that committed a crime going forward down the line would have that benefit, but those in the past would not. We didn't feel that this was a bill that was reflective of the needs for San Joaquin County. We also felt it was critical, as our CAO often tells me, why does the county always have to foot the bill? And she's right. We get stuck with that bill. It was costing us $3,700 per expungement to do it. And we're only doing 6% of the expungements. If we had 100%, it would be greater than the entire budget that I'm authorized every year. So we had no means or mechanism to do it. So we worked collaboratively to create an algorithm that allows DOJ to run it at 4 cents per case versus the $3,700 and the heavy lifting that was placed upon the county. And so with that, we agreed yesterday to endorse and fully endorse this process because it'll allow us to ensure that the individuals who had this right for all along, it didn't change or expand. It's not a light on crime. It's a situation which has been in existence for a long time. But it allows it to fast track, be more economical, and take less pressure and less expense on the great people of San Joaquin County and the taxpayers. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to approval of minutes. We have 2 here. Do I hear a motion to approve?
I'll make a motion to approve. Second.
We have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. And the minutes are approved 5-0. Appointments to boards and commissions. Vice Chair Patty?
Yes, good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair. And by the way, it's matter to say we had a large audience just leave, but your State of the County was a great, fantastic address. I'm glad that members from the public were here. It was a wonderful snapshot overview of all of the work that's happening in San Joaquin County and the outlook. Excellent job. I do have appointments this morning. I'll start with appointment of 2 positions to the Advisory Water Commission, 1 Stockton East Water District Representative, position number 1017, Tom McGurk, incumbent. 1 Stockton East Water District Alternate, position number 1017A, Paul Sanguinetti, incumbent. Appointment of 1 position to the Boggs Tract Community Center Advisory Board, 1 Low-Income Representative, position number 1503.2, Regina Griffin. Appointment of 1 position to the Children's and Families Commission, 1 community member, position number 1902.4, Lisa Vela. Appointment of 2 positions to the Council for Quality Education and Care of Children, 1 community representative, position number 2502.1, Sherry L. Cooley. 1 consumer representative, position number 2503.1, Renee Damel, incumbent. Appointment of one position to the Health Commission, San Joaquin County Society nominee, position number 3307.3, Michael Herrera, incumbent. Appointment of two positions to the San Joaquin County Law Library, one trustee, Board of Supervisors chair or designee, position number 6901, Jeffrey Pragg, incumbent, or Prague. Trustee, State Bar member, position number 6902, Christine Kroger, incumbent. Appointment of one position to the San Joaquin Valley Unified Air Pollution Control District's Citizen Advisory Committee. One environmental interest group representative, position number 5802, Ned Liba, incumbent. And that is all. I make this as in a motion to approve these recommendations.
All right, we have a motion. Is there a second?
Oh, second.
We have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. And that's approved 5-0. Thank you. On to the consent calendar. Are there any items to be pulled? Supervisor Villaputo will start at this end this time.
I have none.
Supervisor Patty?
Items 10 through 14, the EMS Stroke Center, and also item number 22.
Supervisor Wynn?
8 and 9.
Supervisor Elliott?
I also had intended to pull 10 through 14 and number 27.
Okay. We'll take these in order. Item 8 and 9. First one, item 8, is amending the annual base salary assignment. Good morning. Supervisor Wynn?
Thank you. I really just pulled this to highlight, I guess, what Mr. Martin had expressed, but primarily because I know of the challenges that your department experiences in regards to hiring professionals in the behavioral health arena. I think, as was stated previously by Mr. Martin, it is a challenge considering the demand and the lack of available applicants for these positions. I guess my simple question is I believe by the consent item that what you're requesting is based upon what you believe would be appropriate in regards to attracting a number of candidates, or at least making sure that we had sufficient resources in this critical area, as Chair Miller talked about in her opening address, is that mental health or behavioral health is a key component. So that's my simple question: is this going to get us where we want to be?
Is based on the need of the department. They currently have 2 vacancies. They have been doing some recruitment activity and have failed to get significantly qualified pools of candidates. So the request of the Healthcare Services Agency Director was for Human Resources to review the current salary to see if there was some adjustment that could be made in order to assist them in attracting candidates. So the recommendation is based on the fact that there are some expected increases for other units and positions that report to this position, and based on that, HR could make this recommendation at this amount in hopes that it will help to attract better qualified candidates for these positions.
Okay. Well, I've had conversation with Mr. Dieterich and Mr. Vartan, and I certainly understand their position and their desire certainly to be up to speed in regards to treating these individuals. So I'm hoping that this particular change will get us the candidates that we desperately need, and hopefully provide the services that are, I think, I hate to say this, but I think we're in some ways overwhelmed by those in need. And so this is just one more step in that direction. Hopefully in the future we can build on that and be able to treat more individuals. So that was my question. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a notice here, there's somebody requesting to speak, but it's not telling me who. Is there any other question? Supervisor Elliott.
Thank you, Chair. So I certainly agree that we need to take the necessary measures to ensure that we attract quality applicants for this position in light of the very significant problems we have in terms of adequate mental health evaluations and care, particularly related to our homelessness problem as well. So my question is, do we think this is going to be sufficient to get us the qualified applicant that we seek?
So we are hopeful that this will be sufficient. It's something that it's maybe a conservative recommendation, but it was one that we felt was appropriate at this point in time. And it would be HR's intention to then conduct a full recruitment with really targeted outreach in hopes of finding those qualified candidates.
All right, thank you.
Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is there a median price salary for this position somewhere in the throughout different counties that we can gauge where we are coming in at? Because my concern is that we've got a slight increase. We bring somebody in, we train them, they're at this position, then they go somewhere else for another $10,000 or $15,000 or $20,000. So I'd really like to gauge where we are on the pay scale of what we're actually offering and what it takes to retain the talent and those very vital positions that we need here in San Joaquin County. We're struggling in that capacity.
So Human Resources has not conducted a study of an exact comparators with other counties. That's certainly some could conduct.
So Madam Chair, through the chair, could we ask our director to come up?
Sure. Mr. Vartan?
Morning, members.
Good morning. Through the chair, Mr. Vartan, can you give us a snapshot of how are we, if you're looking for two positions, and there's been a vacancy for quite a while, it looks like, how are we stacking up in our pursuits, and where's our shortcoming?
Good morning, Madam Chairperson and members of the board. With permission of Ms. Monica Nino. Through the chair, I'd like to respond that we actually are not in a competitive position with the recommendations that are being made by the Human Resources Department due to the fact that we, as the Department of Behavioral Health Services, over the past 2 years have conducted two salary studies within around 10 counties around us just to feel where we are. And unfortunately, with those numbers, which we have shared also with Human Resources Department, we do fall around the bottom of the list with these positions, not only with the deputy director position, but also with our mental health clinician positions, our chief positions. We really are not in a competitive position with counties around us, not to mention, of course, with the region. We see this as a challenge, particularly because over the past 10 years, as you know, behavioral health has gone through a lot of changes. Our numbers have changed a lot. So if you compare 2010 to 2020, we have experienced a huge increase in the volume of services that the state regulations require, and also changes in funding and staffing. We've also experienced, from a budget increase perspective, 122% increase in our budget due to the demand of services, comparing to 87 million to 193 million. And number of county staff have increased about 38% over the past 10 years. Again, that is because of the increased demand in the resources in the behavioral health mode. So what we see is that we've had 3 recruitments for the deputy director positions, which really gave us a number of internal candidates who were not highly qualified. And those candidates have all been interviewed, and we continue to search for additional opportunities because we recently had a second deputy director position vacant who accepted the director of behavioral health position with Merced County. And that really puts us from an operational standpoint in an even bigger challenge. As you know, there are a lot of pressures and changes that are coming down also from the state that require us with CalAIMS to do a lot of quick changes over the next 5 years. And we really need to be in a competitive position to have leadership to really take this department forward. I don't want and I hate to be sitting here in a position where, you know, the department fails all these measures and we have to, you know, then respond why that did not happen. So I share the comment that was made earlier by Mr. Martin. I think that we are in a very, very crucial time with behavioral health, with our homeless initiatives, with our suicide, the suicides increasing in communities and our work that we're going to be doing in suicide awareness and prevention, and overall changes that just recently came with DMC-ODS, Drug Medi-Cal, that we still are implementing levels. So to make the long answer short, I believe that we will not find ourselves in a position to compete with the recommended numbers.
Could you give me a comparison of what you say were the bottom scale of 10 counties that you did a comparison in? If we're coming up to this 120-something thousand, I believe 128, how far behind does that leave us?
Unfortunately, I don't have those numbers with me, but we had recommended, as you recall, the board approved about 4 months ago an increase for our mental health clinicians somewhere in the range of 17 to 19%, which has been sitting on the bargaining table to be accepted by them. So that has also really delayed our process, but we were actually requesting that the same 17% average be applied to the deputy director position to make us really compatible within the region.
If we were at 105 and we added 17%, that puts it around 120 something. So we'd be, if we use that equation, 17%, we're 10% of 100,000 is 10,000, so we're above that. We're 23,000 extra. Is that still below market rate for that comparable position?
If I could step in. So the recommendation from Human Resources was based on those increases that this board had approved that the bargaining team present to SEIU. We looked at those salary relationships then and ensured that the positions that manage those positions, our chief mental health clinicians, and then this position, our deputy director clinical, would also receive adjustments to ensure that there was an appropriate spread between those clinician classifications and these managers and senior managers. So while I said we did not conduct a study of those 10 counties, that study was really done at the level of those clinicians' positions where we looked at how we were with the market at those levels and then made the adjustments based on those organizational impacts moving up the chain through to this deputy director clinical.
What would be the salary of a position just below the deputy director?
I do not have the figure, but it's basically 7% from that beginning step range. We have our 5-step range. It's a 7% spread typically between the highest level clinician and then that first level manager. That would be a 7% spread, and then another 7% spread up to that senior deputy director clinical.
Okay. And Madam Chair, a question for our CAO's office, Ms. Nino. If we're looking to get in the ballpark, we're raising that's the salary, is that coming directly out of our operational budget from the general fund, or where's the funding mechanism to increase the salaries?
Supervisor Patty, there's a portion of general fund dollars that go into behavioral health. It would depend upon what piece of the funding. I don't know the percentage that the general fund. This county does contribute significantly from the general fund to behavioral health, but it is a lot of state and federal dollars. But I also want to make sure that This board did approve, reiterate what Ms. Goodman said, this board did approve increases for the mental health clinicians. When Mr. Vartan says that they're still on the negotiating table, part of the reason is because our current labor relations with SEIU. There has not been an approved agreement. Though staff have taken those increases forward as part of the list of equities that have been posted out there for a number of months. And so I want to also make sure, but to answer your question, a portion, I don't know exactly what that percentage is. It is not all general fund. There's a big state and federal portion, primarily state. Mental Health Services Act dollars fund a portion of that.
Understand. Thank you for the answer. So my concern, and actually just ironically, I just met a gal that used to work for the county, bright young professional, highly qualified, and she said, I just had to leave. There wasn't enough money. So we have a massive shortfall here, and if we're not attracting the talent, I'm wondering if before we go through an approval process today, it might be better to do an evaluation so to make sure that we're getting laterals perhaps instead of leaving, we're attracting. So what would your recommendation be?
So a suggestion, staff could bring back to this board what we base the 6.5% on, and we could also do our survey county and bring it current. The last time I believe this deputy director was actually surveyed was part of the bigger unrepresented, correct? I'm looking at Ms. Goodman, as part of SEIU when we did department heads, assistants, and deputies.
This specific position wasn't studied. It was linked with another position that was studied.
That was studied. So Supervisor Patty, Chair Miller, we could bring back a county comparison, our 10 county comparison for the board's consideration. That should not take us very long.
Okay.
Okay.
I would suggest if the board and through the chair, county council, how could we do that just when it comes to a consent? We decide if we're going to pull this item and not approve it, or how would we best address my request for the board to consider?
So procedurally, there are a couple different ways to do it. I would recommend a separate action on this item, separate from the consent, and you could either make a motion to table the item with direction back to staff to go and do the 10-county survey and bring the additional information, or you could reject the item with direction to staff to come back and provide that additional information.
Okay, and the appropriate time to do that would be? At
the time of the motion
okay.
For the consent calendar is to ask for separate action on the item.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I'm going to concur on this because this is really a huge priority for our county. And what it appears is that we've got equity adjustments for some lower level positions, and all this is an adjustment just to maintain the spread. It doesn't really address any equity needs for these positions. And so I would like to see that come back to us as quickly as possible also. So we'll pull this one for a separate vote. Thank you. And now move on to number 9.
Thank you, Manager. This is really more an acknowledgement. I don't really have any questions specifically. I did visit the Glom facility in Lodi for their open house and had a long conversation with Dr. Turner, especially his background and his vision for the future and also the facility. And I guess the one comment I would make is this is an older house, actually 3 stories when you include the basement. And the way they converted with the bottom floor being essentially their kitchen and laundry, the first floor being for men, and then the top floor being for women. Very nicely appointed. Obviously, it's an old building, but it's certainly far better than a cardboard box under the freeway. But I would say that I would hope, and I know Mr. Diedrich talked about this, is that we would have more opportunities to create these particular houses. I think one of the things that he said, which I found to be very enlightening, was that although they're there in that facility, they don't spend their time during the day there. They're out doing things, being active. They have a nice yard in the back to do things. So I see it as kind of an opportunity really to address those who have maybe previously been not treated or at least evaluated, and a way to convert them or at least bring them back into society. So my point is, I would hope that we are looking, and maybe there's the private sector are looking at more conversions of these types of homes, because, you know, from the front, you don't know any difference from the rest of the neighborhood. And obviously most of the time they're in or they're out doing their thing. So I hope we can make more of these facilities available for these type of activities to really improve the access and certainly the treatment for these special individuals.
Yes, through the chair, I appreciate the recognition. It has been our commitment to ensure that we build capacity within the county, to ensure that we bring in individuals who are placed out of the county near and close to home. And we were fortunate to be able to compete against 2 other counties and secure all these 46 beds for our county residents for the next 3 years through this contract. And GLUM has been a good partner. We've also contracted with them for our 3 crisis residential homes, and they do a good job with actually taking the residents outside the facility during the day and ensure that they are involved in activities and therapeutic activities and groups at a different location to give them that sense of purpose, but also build the actual habit of going out of the house and doing things rather than being contained. And we're hoping that a lot of these individuals then will progress to the levels that they'll be, functioning more independently at our future independent homes. And so that is our hope. Thank you.
Appreciate that.
Great, thank you. Okay, on to items 10 through 14, which are all approval of agreements on redesignating primary stroke centers. Supervisor Patty?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning. Ms. Nichols, during her public comments, seemed to define discrepancies in perhaps our measure of approval or the certification standards that are being met differently, perhaps at different organizations, different hospitals. So could we get a little clarity on what those concerns were?
Supervisor Patty, through the chair, I'd like to say that Mary Nichols did serve as one of our site reviewers when we did the initial site surveys 3 years ago for the primary stroke centers. And while I have a lot of support for her passion on stroke care, and she's a great advocate, I think she's hasn't kept up with where we've gone with our stroke system in San Joaquin County specifically. So in the last year, the state of California published stroke regulations that we've had to amend our policies to follow. And those have been incorporated as part of our stroke agreements. And so all of the stroke centers in San Joaquin County, which all 7 acute care hospitals are currently designated as primary stroke centers, and all 7 want to continue. 5 of the agreements are up now, 2 will be coming back later. They all meet the state standards for designation as primary stroke centers. She's correct that several of the hospitals have had difficulty, as we've just been talking about, maintaining staff in the stroke center coordinator positions at the hospitals. Now, our county, or our agency stroke coordinator, Jeff Costa, has been meeting with all of his counterparts at the hospitals on a monthly basis, working as new people on board, bringing them up to speed and training and interacting with those counterparts. And as part of our process that we've gone through at the hospitals is each of our hospitals, and we did this actually going back when we first did our designations prior to the regulations being adopted, is we required all of our hospitals to use the American Heart Association's Get With The Guidelines Stroke Registry, which is a national registry. So all of our hospitals submit data to the national registry. So we're able to do a comparison of our hospitals in our stroke data outcomes nationally with all the other hospitals in California, and then we can look at our state. And on every single metric, our hospitals exceed both the national and state results. I mean, I couldn't be prouder of our stroke system and the work that our hospitals have done here for stroke care. Interestingly, when we did our resurvey, and Jeff went out to all the hospitals and met with all the administration, the various staff, one of them was Kaiser Hospital Manteca, which is co-administered with Kaiser of Modesto. And so he's meeting with the Kaiser medical director for stroke for their region. And one of the comments that he came back and he shared with me was how impressed that the Kaiser regional physician was with where we are in San Joaquin County. And he was turning and asking his staff, how come we can't do this in our other locations? Because the data was so much better than what they're seeing even within their own system. So I think we can do a little better. I mean, we do publish the results of our data. It's part of our liaison agenda. We just had our meeting in January. We published our results. And on several of the benchmarks, I'll just go through them real quick. But we have faster scene times than we have nationally or state in identifying stroke patients. We have a higher percentage of notifications to the hospitals of a stroke patient coming in so they can prepare for them. We have a higher incidence of our paramedics in our system using both the Cincinnati Stroke Scale and the RACE scale, which identifies large vessel occlusions in the field. And actually, a side note on that, we're actually looking, Dr. Schaefer's looking at working with physicians at San Joaquin General Hospital to actually publish a paper, because we were one of the first, actually we're the first EMS agency in the state of California to adopt the use of the RACE scale for identifying large vessel occlusions in the field. And what we're finding is just the fact that our paramedics do a RACE scale in the field and then report that to the hospital by radio prior to arrival, that it speeds the process of that patient being receiving thrombolytics in the hospital or getting into a CTA and being identifying the large vessel occlusion and being transferred onto a comprehensive stroke center in our neighboring counties, mostly to Sacramento or into the Bay Area. So by all measures, our stroke system is doing phenomenally well. And I think we could do a little bit better maybe of helping some of our stroke advocates know exactly how well our centers or our system is doing. But I could not be prouder of our stroke system and the work that all of the hospitals have done to improve stroke care in this county.
All right, thank you, Mr. Birch. I was planning on pulling these just to get an update and really get a snapshot, and so I'm glad there was a question from the public, and it looks like if maybe a little more outreach, a little more communication. But for us to meet and exceed what's happening in the area and statewide is not by accident. So great job on behalf of our providers and our system that we have set up and the oversight. So thank you. I appreciate the update.
And Supervisor, if I could comment, Dan, beyond EMSA accrediting you to these stroke 7 hospitals, they are also Joint Commission accredited?
Yes, so all 7 hospitals also have accreditation by or verification by the Joint Commission standards as well.
Would you do me a favor is reach out, and I know Ms. Nichols, and I know she's very passionate in having suffered a stroke in her own life. Would you reach out to her and maybe give her a bigger picture of what's going on at our stroke centers?
We'd be happy to.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have a couple other requests to speak. Supervisor Elliott.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I had wanted to, you've partially answered the question already, but thank you for expanding on the comments made by Ms. Nichols. But you also mentioned that we have, of course, 7 hospitals in the county who are currently stroke certified, and so I just wanted to confirm that the remaining 2 will be coming back, and wanted to see if there are any problems with their recertification when they are due.
No, Darren and Sutter Tracy will be coming back when their current agreements or come up for renewal. We have a couple more months before they were due, so they just aren't with the list of the other 5.
Great. Okay. Well, in the case of a stroke, as they say, time is brain on that. So I think it's extremely important that we have all of our hospitals certified as primary stroke centers, so that a nearer hospital doesn't have to be bypassed to get a patient to a certified stroke center. So I'm glad to hear that we're on track to keep all of our hospitals designated as primary stroke centers.
Yeah, I don't think I'm speaking out of turn when I share this story, but I've known Dave Thompson, who's the administrator for Sutter Tracy, for almost 30 years when we both worked together in Stanislaus County. And he's also a stroke survivor. And this was a near and dear passion for him as well. And one of the things that he shared with me after we went, he was one of those administrators that wasn't sure that we had to have a stroke system and designation. And it wasn't until after he had gone through the process, he called me and he shared it. He goes, I didn't realize how much better we could provide service until I went through the process. So so he was very much appreciative after the fact of the system that we put in place and the things that he's learned and the improvements that we were able to help him achieve with his own hospital. And I think that's really what we're trying to do with our EMS system.
Thank you.
Great. Supervisor Wynn?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, first of all, I guess congratulations on moving forward in this. I was at least on the periphery involved in the initial go-around with the 7 hospitals. And I just want to say that I know there were some challenges. There were some questions in regards to, the certification, and I know that some of the hospitals were far ahead of the others in regards to meeting those particular standards. But I have to acknowledge that I certainly appreciated your willingness to, in fact, one meeting where they had basically all 7 CEOs in a meeting to talk freely about their concerns, and I think you were able to address those. And I think your involvement and certainly your communication and I guess holding steady, so to speak, to make sure that it was accomplished was successful, and all 7, met that attainment in a short amount of time. And I think what you've done, both when you started this process and certainly with this recertification, I think is highly beneficial to our residents, especially for obviously, as mentioned previously, for those who are having a stroke. And so I just wanted to recognize your efforts and thank you for keeping a focus on this and maintaining the quality of care that I think we all our residents expect. So just a side comment.
Thank you.
Thank you. I agree that, and I'm very proud of the fact that all of our hospitals in San Joaquin County have this designation, and I think it is a really strong illustration of our priority of putting patient care first in San Joaquin. So thank you for your hard work.
Thank you.
Okay, on to item number 22. This is the Surrendered and Abandoned Vessel Exchange Grant. Sheriff's Office. Morning, Sheriff. Supervisor Patty?
Thank you again, Madam Chair. Good morning, Sheriff and Lieutenant Peel? Sergeant, pardon me.
We're working on it.
Thank you. I just wanted to maybe get an update. My district is the Delta, a vast amount of it, and I'm working with different community groups that are highly engaged in the Delta. Maybe you can give a snapshot of this program, this funding request, and the adequacy of it, if you would, please.
Yeah, absolutely, Supervisor Patty, through the chair. Appreciate the opportunity. If you don't mind, I'd like to start. Sergeant Peel, I had the honor the other day of swearing in his son, who came to work with us and makes the 3rd generation in our department. So I worked and learned from his father, and with he and his brother, and now his son has joined the department. So I think that speaks volumes to how we are here as a family here in the county. So as far as our Delta, the Peel family, his father and he have been just icons out there, and the work we've been doing is incredible. We've had this grant for over 10 years, and in that time they've removed over 120 vessels. We've got another 16 to 19 on the list right now, and we just pick them off one by one. We try and do it as priority as to the ones that are the most dangerous to the boaters out on the waterways there. So as they call in, we get them put on the list, and we either spot them ourselves or people call them in, and we work with our an agent that goes out there, and we work closely with Contra Costa County, so we're smart with our money, so that as they come through Contra Costa County, then they can hit the boats in our area, so they don't just have to make a special trip. And it's a long, drawn-out, expensive process. People don't understand most of the time that it can go anywhere from $5,000 to $16,000 per boat to get them out and get that danger out of our waterway, not just from people running into them, but toxic spills that come from boats and all that type of thing. And it's a huge part of the homeless problem that we're having. It ties in with that because they get the old houseboats that nobody wants anymore of the 2,500 slips or docks that we have throughout the 500 miles of waterway that we have. And then they float out onto this water, and of course they're not having their sewage tanks emptied or anything like that. And then when they get it so derelict and it won't float anymore, then they just abandon it, and then we have to deal with it as a county. So, Sergeant Peel may be able to speak more to that.
Yeah, that is a large problem, but this in the last couple of years we have some additions to this, which is the VTIP program, which affects every district in the county. It allows people, rather than just to drop your boat alongside the road, which we've all seen that, they can contact us. We meet them at the dump, and we accept the fees for. They basically can dump them for free in an effort to try and keep the stuff off of our county roadways. We have set aside a portion in here to actually clean up those that are alongside the roadway as well. But pretty much does it for.
So a couple of follow-up questions for you. Is this budget adequate, or is there something that I know we're going to go into our budget process in the coming months? Do we need additional funding to help mitigate some of these concerns?
We're always willing to take more money, but it takes a long time.
Much to the dismay of our CAO.
No, it's a grant that is greatly appreciated, and it takes a long time to get each one of these boats. So about the time we're getting to the end of the money in this grant, we're moving on to the next one. So I think we're sufficient right now in doing what we can and trying to stay ahead of it. And like you said, the VTIP program has really helped. We get them before they get in the water. That's a biggie. So, and we're really publicizing that on the Boating and Waterways website at the state level and on our own website. And we go out and we speak at all the community groups about it. And so, we're being very proactive on this, and we've really worked closely with the community that lives out on the Delta, as you know, and they're advocates for us now, and they help us, and so it's a very nice partnership out there that we have now. So I think we're doing well as far as money. Thank you.
And on that note, I did have a conversation with Mr. Rick Asheris, the director of the port. Obviously, we all know who that is, and he indicated that the port would also be a willing participant to offset some of the expenses as it relates to the navigational waters. So that's a paramount concern for them, and I did have the conversation specifically to ask if they'd be a viable partner, and he said absolutely. So perhaps you may want to engage or put together a proposal for them for anything that relates to those navigational waters. They were very willing.
Absolutely.
To participate and join forces. Also, just to follow up, I know that in the past, my company, I was able to go out on a weekend and pull a boat out of the water, and you had stepped up and brought multiple agencies together. We got that boat out and disposed of real quick and easy. My company is available for free of cost and available to help save on some of that, so the dollars go further if and as needed and within capacity of my crane, so that we don't go in the water, but we lift things out of the water.
We appreciate that. Our biggest concern is you falling in the water. So
as long as I stay in the crane.
Okay, all right. But we appreciate that. Thank you.
All right, great. Thank you.
Thank you. Item number 27. Supervisor Elliott?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I didn't really have any questions on this one. I just wanted to state my support for and my appreciation for including the Interstate 205 widening project as one of our top 10 and to move it on to number 2 on the list, and also in conjunction with item number 3 on the agenda, that it will be among our top 3 that goes to be proposed to COG to take forward as part of our recommendations on priority projects for one voice trip. I just think that this 205 widening project is very important to the economy of the valley in terms of moving people and goods from Central Valley to the Bay Area and vice versa. And hopefully as time goes on, it will be more the vice versa part than the moving over there as we are increasingly successful in bringing more quality businesses over here. So I just wanted to express my support for this item and say that I'm very pleased that we've got this on our top 10.
Thank you, Supervisor Elliott. And this 205 managed lanes, when we look at that, it has more than just managing the lanes. I'm also advocating for considering ideas that, my technology mentor here among your board, right, Supervisor Wynn, pushes for, things like, autonomous vehicle lanes and, the looking at any other advanced technology that we could use to transport, people and goods through that corridor. So this is exciting time for us. And this is, as you said, right, you wish that we could, bring them on all to this side rather than shipping people out to the Bay Area. We're looking at all kinds of that. So we're really excited to have that project as one of our top priorities. And I appreciate you agreeing with that priority as well.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you. Okay, so we have, we're through consent, but we do have a request to pull item number 8 for a separate vote. So first, I'm going to look for a motion to approve our consent items 1 through 30, excluding item number 8.
So approved. So moved.
And a second?
Yes.
All right. We have a motion and a second. Items 1 through 30, excluding 8. Please cast your votes.
So approved.
That is approved 5-0. Okay, so now we'll go to item number 8. Supervisor Patty, do you want to make the motion on that?
Yes, as suggested by County Councilor Mr. Miles, I make a motion to table item 8 with direction to staff to bring back to us a comparison and a good evaluation for us to consider and accentuate as needed. Thank you.
We have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. That's approved 5-0. Thank you. Okay, so we're going to move on to our first discussion item, and I believe that's going to be presented by Senior Deputy County Administrator Mo Hattab. Nice to see you this morning.
Thank you, Jenna. Okay. Good morning, Chair Miller and board members. The CAO office is bringing forward today a recommendation to establish an electric vehicle workplace charging policy and fee schedule for employees to charge their personal electric vehicles at county-owned facilities. This truly has been a collaborative process, and before we begin, the CAO office would like to thank the various departments that have given their input and provided valuable information, specifically the Department of Public Works and the General Services Department, in addition to County Council, the Ag Commissioner, the hospital, and the airport. To give a brief outline of today's presentation, I will begin with how we got here and what the proposed fee schedule is, and conclude with the recommendation. And of course, if there are any questions, please feel free to ask. So how did we get here? California is leading the way in adoption of EV technology, and with the rise of electric car sales, the trend is becoming more and more popular, which is great to hear. Investing in alternative technologies can reduce the amount of greenhouse gas emissions and increase the overall health and safety of our residents. However, there is an emerging need to address whether an employee can charge their electric vehicles, which are personal electric vehicles, at county-owned charging stations, and whether or not it should be for free. The recommendation is to balance the needs of promoting this clean air technology while also recovering county costs tied to utility bills and system administration costs, as these are ongoing EV infrastructure costs. With that in mind, let's take a look at how many existing EV charging stations the county currently owns. Primarily through grant funding, the Department of Public Works has installed 45 EV charging stations to date at county-owned facilities, which include 14 at the Public Works Courtyard, 4 at the Administration Building, and 27 at the Downtown Fleet Garage. At the Public Works Corporation Yard, 3 are for directors, which would be the Public Works, CDD, and Environmental Health Directors, 4 for deputies with county EV cars, 5 for fleet vehicles, and 2 that could be configured for employee EV charging. The admin building has the capacity for 4 EV spaces. However, 2 are currently being used to preserve available parking down at the basement downstairs. There are plans to install more in the future for more employees at the hospital and the Ag Center as additional grant funding becomes available. Currently, the average cost to install an EV charging station is approximately $4,800. However, this number can increase significantly depending on a variety of factors, including the siting of the charging station as well as the transformer requirements. So what is the proposed policy and what does it cover? The proposed policy is pretty straightforward and outlines the procedures and guidelines for employees at the EV charging station. This policy would apply to all county employees charging their personal EVs, and the policy covers safe charging guidelines and also outlines how to connect to the charging station. So we went over what this policy covers, and we should also go over what this policy would not cover. At this time, there are currently no county-owned EV charging stations that are accessible to the public. So as a result, this policy would not cover EV charging stations accessible to the public. In addition, this pricing policy would not apply to the county's EV fleet. Financing of these fleet vehicles is provided through user chargers to departments. So this policy is focused only on county employees using their personal EVs at county-owned charging stations and not for the public. The public could be discussed at a future date. And with that, let's review the proposed fee. What you see on this slide is a breakdown of the proposed fee. The chart at the top shows the proposed fee schedule, which is comprised of a session fee, an energy fee, and a transaction fee. The proposed fee structure includes a $1 session fee each time the employee utilizes the charging station. This $1 was calculated to cover system administration costs. Next is the energy fee at 21 cents per kilowatt hour, which is a blended rate of the various electric costs at the different county locations. The blended rate ensures that all county employees are paying the same rate whether they charge at Public Works or the downtown area or at future county-owned locations. In addition, there is a 10% transaction fee the driver pays to the company overseeing the billing. The county will not be responsible for overseeing billing, and the employee pays for the service directly with an application, similar to other applications we all use on our smartphones where we link our credit cards and scan to connect to the EV charging station. So as an example, we provided one here to help provide clarity of the breakdown of the proposed fee schedule. If a driver was to use or charge a total of 25 kilowatts per hour, you would see a total cost of about $682, which includes the $1 session fee, the energy charge times the kilowatt per hours, which would be the 25 kilowatts per hours times that blended rate energy fee of about 21 cents. So that would give you about $6.20, and then you have this 10% transaction fee. So 10% of that $6.20 is 62 cents to give you a total cost of $6.82. Okay. The department reached out to 17 different jurisdictions from surrounding cities, counties, and agencies and found that there are no uniform pricing policies. Fees varied in different locations, from free to charging based off an hour charge, a connection fee, an idling fee, or tiered fees, or a combination of these different fees. While some cities and counties in the Bay Area offer the service for free initially, almost all have gone back before their boards with a pricing model to offset ongoing EV infrastructure costs. Based off of the Bay Area's lessons learned from the difficulty of transitioning from a no-fee model to a fee model, the department's recommendation to your board is to charge a fee from the beginning for employees to charge their personal vehicles. The county will return to your board in a year should the rates need to be adjusted to pass on any cost benefits to employees, as this rate is not for profit and only to recover the ongoing EV infrastructure costs. So as previously stated, this policy has been a collaborative process. The General Services Department Facilities Management Division will oversee the contract for billing services, and should a department wish to install EV charging infrastructure, they shall reach out to General Services. If approved, General Services will also provide the report back to your board in a year to give any updates on the fee structure. The Department of Public Works will continue to oversee grant preparation for EV charging and cover labor and maintenance for this initial year. When analyzing the fiscal impacts, it's hard to fully ascertain given the variables, but the proposed fee schedule was formulated with the intent to offset utility and system administration costs incurred by the county. Public Works anticipates labor and maintenance costs to be less than $1,000 for the year for the existing 45 EV charging stations, and this cost will be covered by credit revenue within the Fleet Internal Service Fund. Expenditures and revenues will be tracked with an updated report brought back to your board in a year if this item is approved. So with that, it is recommended that the Board of Supervisors establish an electric vehicle workplace charging policy and authorize the county administrator to add section 4200 EV workplace charging policy to the county administrative manual and establish a fee schedule at the county-owned EV charging stations, and direct the General Services Department to return with an updated report to your board on EV charging station fees in a year. That concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions from the board? Supervisor Elliott?
Thank you, Chair. Yes. So in the staff report, we mentioned that part of the funding for this the project here to establish these additional stations, et cetera, comes from the Air Pollution Control District and from PG&E. So I was just curious, do any of the terms of those grants preclude us from then charging for these services for our employees?
I would like to turn that over to Public Works, as they are the department that's overseeing the grants.
Good question, Supervisor Elliott. The grants are issued, as you know, you sit on the air board, as a way to encourage and entice people to have a mass adoption of EV, electric vehicles in the area, especially given that the condition of air quality that we have in here. The grants are directly, they do not directly say that, you cannot charge for the, use of the electricity from that, from the charging heads that are, provided for using the grant. However, the intent of the grant is to promote widespread adoption of the electric vehicles. So if you look at the intent of the grant, then, you charging it, at least like, charging would discourage widespread early adoption of it. One of the things that we look at is yes, the COO's office is right. The Bay Area counties have gone back to charging, which is great, actually. I mean, that's a good thing to do. There are two reasons why. And you know how many electric vehicles are there in the Bay Area compared to ours. Like, there's a good adoption that had happened. There is a reason why that they were initially free, and it has gone for a mass adoption of it. And number two is they send all their pollution to us, actually. So we end up dealing with that. So we have a bigger problem here in the valley, and to get this thing cleaned up. So if you look at the intent of the grant, then it doesn't jive with the intent of the grant. Is it legal to go charge it? The grant doesn't say that you cannot charge the people using the facility that is paid for with that grant.
Okay, so there's no prohibition against charging for the use?
There's none.
It's just your opinion then that that the use of electric vehicles and hence the vehicle charging might be less if we charge for it than if it were free.
I tell you, full disclosure, I own an electric vehicle and I use it. I can give it to you that unless it's a dire need, I won't plug into this thing at the rate that is proposed. It doesn't make sense. I will not plug into this thing if I have to, pay at this rate to use it.
What do you think a reasonable rate would be?
But the rate is different, right? My thinking is because it's a lot cheaper. One of the flaws that I see in this is we have three rates that are being averaged. One is the downtown garage rate, which is like 30-some cents per kilowatt hour, which public doesn't even have access to. This is purely county vehicles, only have access to that. And then this building, we have about 12 cents or something per kilowatt hour. And then the Public Works Courtyard at 11 cents or some kilowatt hour. And we produce electricity using solar over there. There's a huge air quality benefit already over there. So, so if you look at recovering the actual cost of electricity, I would say that, in Public Works, it's a solar. So there's actually, there is a savings in electricity. And here it is only like 11 or 12 cents. I'm not sure what the exact number is, just not that high. And so using that downtown garage number would concern me because that's like 30-some cents per kilowatt hour, which employees don't even have access to. Why should we use that to compute the average?
Why is it so much higher down there?
Supervisor Elliott, if I may add some information to provide some clarity. When we proposed the blended rate, we did an exhaustive research of the different PG&E rates that are applied to both the Public Works Courtyard and also the administration building. PG&E charges this multi-tiered rate structure depending on the site-specific location, and there can be bundling of these different fees. And so it's not just a straightforward one-rate fee. There are multiple fees, including peak times, off-peak times, part-peak times. And so our blended rate took a look at all those different rate structures to propose a ultimately blended rate of the energy fee. And so it varies across the board. We're looking at probably about 15 to 16 different rates depending on what time of day it is. PG&E is in the process of working with the CPUC to provide some sort of standardized rate, but that rate has not been adopted yet. And we did reach out to PG&E in the event that if that rate is adopted within this next year, then we would make sure to come back before your board and adjust the rate accordingly. But this blended rate does factor in those multiple PG&E rates. And in addition, we looked at our price compared to the regional prices that are offered at public charging stations, and it was comparable in price as well.
Okay, so kind of continuing down that path then on these blended rates and given that the intent of the fee was to recover the electricity costs incurred and the ongoing operational costs, so I'm assuming that was put in there so that we would answer the question that always comes up about, is this fee limited to the amount required to provide the service that it provides? So the answer to that is the answer to that, yes.
Yes, it's been formulated with that intent.
But then how do we take into effect these varying fees if we're going to just charge or these varying rates if we're going to just charge a flat fee?
So that flat fee has taken into consideration those varying rates at these different locations. And again, the intent there was to make sure that it's, because there are so many different rates depending on the different locations, this blended rate would apply where the employee, whether they're charging at the Public Works Courtyard or, at the downtown facility, or we're also, when we're establishing this pricing policy, we're looking long-term at future county locations. So wherever they end up charging, they would be paying kind of this blended rate amongst the different locations.
Right, but these rates vary primarily according to the time of day. So is there any thought being given to charging different rates to match the different rates that apply during the different times of the day?
Yes. We went through about, I can't even tell you how many different pricing models. We initially thought of breaking it down by peak and part peak, but it was almost like a moving target with PG&E where their rate structures, they are in the process of, again, revising these rate structures. And so it depends on commercial, industrial, there's many different factors when you're looking into this. And so that's why we went forward with a recommendation for a blended rate. That does include the part peak rate, the peak rate, the off peak rate. There's part peak rate. So this blended rate does encompass those rates.
So Supervisor Elliott, if I may, number one, right, just so that there is no cloud over this thing. I really don't care whether, you charge or do not charge because it doesn't impact me at all. So my issue is you're talking about day of the time of the day type of deal, which is a good question. And why are we now, we see downtown garage has the highest rate is completely inaccessible to any employee. Why are we including that to come up with the average rate? Right, 30 some cents, that increases the rate per kilowatt hour considerably higher. So if our intent is to just capture the cost of providing that electricity, Public Works, whenever sun shines, that, we're making electricity using the solar, and the 4 charging stations here, an average rate is like about 11 or 12 cents per kilowatt hour. So we should be, my thinking is like, we should go for that. My main deal is that can we incentivize the people to get on the electric vehicles, right? What can we do as an employer to encourage people to get on the electric vehicles? 2 things. One, they need charging infrastructure, right? We need the more charging infrastructure that we have, the more people are willing to buy electric vehicles. In turn, that reduces our air pollution within the valley, number one. So we're working, Public Works, hard to find grants to put charging stations wherever we can, and so that we can subsidize the cost of providing that and making it feasible for people to own electric vehicles. Number 2 is to have them to charge at a rate that is we just covers our cost basically. We or at least like initially, for example, I'll give you this, right? Supervisor Patty was asking me about my HOV stickers on the car. Some of the California DMV offers these HOV stickers as an encouragement or enticement for the people to buy electric vehicles. It does 2 things. One, yes, it produces the same effect as people, carpooling, reducing the number of vehicles on the road. And number 2, for the people who buy the electric vehicles, it offers an incentive for 2 years that they can use a toll facility for free. They don't need to pay the toll. Of course, I hardly go through a toll facility, but that's an incentive to entice people to have a mass adaptation of electric vehicles. So that's what the state is going towards. As a matter of fact, in the last administration in the state, the governor had proposed to have charging stations up and down the 99 and I-5, and I haven't checked it yet. At the time it was adopted, the public was at rest areas and stuff. They were going to put the charging stations for free. They were not even going to charge the public to use those facilities. That's just mainly because we want to have adoption of the electric vehicles. And we should charge them at some point, definitely. The issue also with the Bay Areas where there is a difficulty going back and charge them was the expectation was not set right. Like, for example, if the DMV told me, I give you stickers, and they don't tell me there is a sunset for it, I would be upset when they say after 2 years, hey, you can't drive on the HOV lane with the sticker because I bought the car with the understanding that I'm going to be using it forever. But now there is a sunset. There is an expectation that after 2 years, I got to peel off the sticker or that color, CHP would cite me if I use that HOV lane. So that expectation is set already. and the Bay Area counties, they were early adopters, so these things were not done right. So we could do the similar thing, right? We can set the expectations correctly so that the people could actually use that facility.
Okay, so are you arguing for a lower fee or for no fee?
My thinking is that, right now, if we want to if you want to induce more adaptation of electric vehicles, I suggest that we go with the philosophy of the state and say, for any vehicle, so this would even show to you that I'm not speaking for myself. Any vehicle that you buy, any vehicle that gets registered to use that facility through that app, 2 years from that date, we will give you a free charging. That would entice people to go buy it. As a matter of fact, that. I wish that, I had a San Joaquin address. San Joaquin Air Pollution Board gives $6,000 incentive to buy electric vehicles. I only got a $500 on my address. So those incentives would help people to buy more electric vehicles and help us to, with the air quality. Not to mention that we will get carbon credits as well.
Mr. Becker.
Morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Jerry Becker, Assistant County Administrator. Just a few things I'd like to propose or put out for the board's consideration. One, when we looked at this policy and came up with the rates, there were a number of things we tried to be consistent with existing county practice on a broader scale. So one being that there are a number of things that the county leverages its broader buying power and capabilities to create a consistent rate across all organizations, whether that's healthcare, whether that's the cost of workers' comp, retirement, things of that nature. So we don't create models that really focus on how much does it cost to deliver the service to that one department. We treat it as an overall organization. Secondly, we were very focused in this policy on providing a method for this to be convenient for the employees, but at no cost to the taxpayer. So that was a fundamental thing that we looked at as we were developing this policy. And lastly, we tried to balance with a policy challenge that we felt we had in the CAO's office, which is we have executives who receive car allowances to help them offset the cost of their vehicles and such. So they're provided money to cover that cost, and then if we also on top of that provide power for free, is it contrary to the fact that we're giving the executives funding for their vehicles and the maintenance of those vehicles? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. My screen is not showing who's in the queue, so I have 3 board members who wish to speak.
I was there. Okay, so I think I'm still up there from when I was speaking there. So, okay, so there are many additional considerations other than just what the least amount that could be charged, and so I think that we also need to look at what you brought up there as to whether we should charge, and I think that's a very good point, is to make sure that we're not providing some excessive benefit to certain people as opposed to others. So, okay, I think that answers my questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Supervisor Wynn?
I was there on the queue, so.
Oh, all right. Supervisor Patty?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess along these same lines, the 21 cent per kilowatt is rather high. And a little bit concerned that we're overcharging if we should be incentivizing. One of the differences between San Joaquin County and other counties is we have some of the worst air in California and in the United States for that matter. So it's my opinion that we should be coming up with some sort of incentive and benefit for why we want people driving emergency vehicle or electric vehicles in San Joaquin County to reach certain benchmarks. I know there's Mr. Becker, you talked about executives maybe having car allowances, but then we're talking about employees that I think are the most part that we want to extend this benefit to. So, it's my opinion. I think we need a little more refinement on this before we come up with a decision and a rate. That 21 cents a kilowatt, even at peak, I think you'd be hard to find that being charged by PG&E. I know that there's a changing scale in the later part of the day, which most of our workforce is gone. So the early morning and through early afternoon is the lowest rates, and PG&E's adjusted now that mid-afternoon to the early evening hours is the new peak rate. So I would like to see some more information on the actual costs.
Sure. Chair Miller, if I may respond to that. Great point, Supervisor Patty. What we used to adopt the rate structure, propose it, was the actual rates that PG&E is charging. And I have before me the various different schedules of the actual rates that PG&E is charging to the county. And so there's different rate schedules, of course, depending on time of use, which we've talked about. So those vary. The total energy rates, there's about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's about 10 different rates that are charged, depending on the location, again. And they vary from about 21 cents to about 58 cents during the peak summer time. And then in addition, for the admin building, we have between about 12 cents to about 18 cents within the admin building rate structure as well, which is a bundled rate structure.
So in your rate, PG&E is charging, I know this, the city has a garage, and you quoted that as one of the prices. That's not a rate that employees being charged. That's just a contract rate that PG&E is charging for that station, that charging station. Is that correct?
Right. That would be the rate that, yes, the county would be charged for the employee using that station.
For employees or county vehicles?
For employees or county vehicles, because
if we have a building, just to clarify, so if we're charging our employees is different than what the city garage is charging, correct? Would that be correct? Mr. Bellagio, you're shaking.
Well, first of all, that 30 cents, per kilowatt hour, employees do not have access to that. It is only for fleet vehicles. And that should not even be included in the calculation, right? Because employees don't have access to that. Second thing, the executives being subsidized. We get parking, right? And the cost of parking, if you look at it, the regular employees with the executives get the free parking in the basement of this building. The cost of electricity we're talking about, I'm saying charge the executives, okay? I'm not saying give it to them free. But comparatively, if you look at the executives getting a car allowance and then getting, this electricity subsidized, then there is a parking inequity in there too. And then if you look at the cost of electricity compared to the cost of parking, this is it would be very minimal if provided we apply the correct rate. If we go for that 30 cents per kilowatt hour, averaging it, which employees don't even have access to, then you're just going to tilt the scale. So we should, in my opinion, we should just completely ignore that 30 cents per kilowatt hour that employee doesn't even have access to it. And it's a good point that, yes, there could be future, we could put a charging station in an ag center or something like that. When we do that thing, the board should give us give the staff to come back to you or give the, delegation to compute what the actual cost would be. This is all done by the app. We don't need to sit and do this thing manually. This application, you can tell it if the employee, flashes their app onto that charging head, it knows the location and it knows what preset rate it is going to be and it's going to charge that rate to them.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Do we know how many employees would actually use this system?
Very good question. Right now, in the basement, we, as the employees, which is personal vehicle, right? That's what I'm taking your question is. Not the employees using the county vehicles. You're asking like a personal vehicle.
I mean, the purpose of this obviously is to provide access for our employees for their own personal vehicles.
Yes.
So the question is, how many employees currently have an electric vehicle that they would even utilize these charging stations? Or has there been any question as how many employees would be interested in buying electric vehicle if these were available at their workplace, which I'm assuming that's what we're talking about?
Yes, Supervisor Nguyen. Currently, I don't have an exact number, but what I can share with the downtown administration building, we do have 2 executives that have private EV vehicles that they are currently using to charge. The hospital did conduct a survey of their employees, and the majority had said that if there were EV charging stations available, that is a benefit that they would appreciate. And at the hospital location, there were quite a few employees with electric vehicles. But as far as an exact number, we don't have an exact number of how many, but it goes back to the intent that we want to promote this technology, but at the same time offset these ongoing costs. And when we look at employees that have gas-powered vehicles, they are not able to use the county fueling stations for free. So we're trying to find this balance.
And it's a very good point, Supervisor. We should charge them for the cost that we incur, right? Not more, not less. The cost that we incur. And, it should be based on actually what is the cost at those locations. We can't just penalize people based on a 30 cents per kilowatt hour, which we have no access for employees to use that rate to do that thing. The second thing is, people often were asked, in general, not our employees, what is the biggest impediment for people using electric vehicles? Number one is people who now with the subsidies and stuff, they can afford these electric vehicles. The rates have come down substantially, but they lack charging facilities at their apartments or at their homes because you need to have a 240 or 220 volt charging capabilities. The apartments are slowly getting on board to install these chargers. However, that's an impediment for them. So the workplace charging enables them to go and buy those, electric vehicles because now they have a way to, charge it. So if we price them out of the market by charging rates that are unreasonable, then we may be disincentivizing them. I haven't even, gone into the fact that when you talk about true cost of providing this electricity, there is a hidden savings for us, which we are yet to tap into, which are the low carbon fuel credits, basically. Every time when someone, goes and plugs in their electric vehicle, we actually, based on the amount of kilowatt hour that's being used, we can tell that we can get carbon credit for that because that's how much mileage that we avoided on a gasoline car. That means that's how much pollution we reduce. So that has value to the county as well, which we can just use them as a, as a side, to offset any other cost.
Well, my understanding of the staff report, we're talking about each individual department would then seek grant funding for the installation of these charging stations. Is that correct? At $4,800 a piece. So what I'm saying is, currently do we have funding available to install any of these charging stations at county facilities? No. Okay, so now it's each department is kind of responsible for seeking those grant funding if they want to put a charging station at their location, wherever that county building is. Is that correct?
Correct. Yeah, and Supervisor Nguyen, if I may also clarify, the charge to install a charging station can vary across the board as well, depending on where it is located. The departments should look at whether or not it's cost prohibitive to install the charging station, because there are requirements and improvements required to the transformers that can significantly increase the cost as well of installing these charging stations, in addition to wiring the system for Wi-Fi access as well. So there are quite a few different variable charges that are also included in this.
So I guess my question would be is if there's a variance in regards to location and the type of equipment required, would the grant fund all of those costs or just a portion of it?
Well, so far, Public Works has done a good job of pursuing different grants that would cover the majority of the costs. So there has been approximately an average net per charger cost after the grants have been applied of about $2,000.
Okay, that was my question. I mean, I understand if we're going to see grant funding to install these charging stations, that's one thing. If we're going to have to then subsidize it with additional monies to complete it through the general fund or whatever program we have, that's another issue.
Right.
I guess, I get it. I mean, I understand that the air pollution, I mean, we're a non-attainment region. I understand the challenge. However, electric vehicles, although they have improved over the years, probably in the beginning, I don't want to say the majority, but a large portion of electric vehicles were purchased by government agencies. They weren't purchased by individuals. And as time's gone on, because they've improved the batteries and other qualities, et cetera, and the subsidies and I guess tax credits. But most people aren't into the electric vehicle because it's not I want to say, travel friendly. For example, if you want to go more than 100 or 200, I don't know what your vehicle, what the range is, maybe 200 miles. But, if you want to go to LA, you're going to have to stop somewhere, and you don't just, plug it in and within 5 or 10 minutes as with a gas-powered car, you don't reload it and drive off, and it takes time. I understand some may be up to 8 hours. I don't know what type that would. And there's probably about 50 different electric or hybrid type vehicles that are available to purchase, even in the Mercedes and BMW, et cetera, and the Chevrolet. But I guess, I don't know if there's any other individual in the audience that have electric vehicles, but I'm assuming that if I were going to buy an electric vehicle, I would forget about charging stations. I want to make sure that I can get from my home to where I'm going, like this building, for example, on a daily basis. I'm assuming, Mr. Balaji probably from Sacramento figures that he can make it round trip, with the charge from the night before. And so it works fine for him. So what I'm saying is, I think electric vehicle owners have thought out, the ramifications of how do they fuel their vehicle or recharge it so that they don't run out of electricity. And I guess if there are, in parking lots or other businesses, there are charging stations in the interim, if they have to, they can charge them. I guess they're available. I guess my concern is that we're going through a lot of things and costs and paperwork, et cetera. And I'm all for, reducing the greenhouse gas, et cetera. But on the other side of it, from my vantage point, if you're talking about charging stations and you're talking about grants from PG&E or, other air pollution control board or whatever, it would seem to me that if we're thinking about installing charging stations, we have to consider the public, because the public is probably the predominant user of electric vehicles within our city or within our county. So wouldn't we kind of have a plan as opposed to, and I'm not opposed to individual departments applying for grants, but it seems like if we want to sell electric vehicles for county residents, we would want to establish a grid or maybe a map of where these would be located at some point in time, as funding becomes available, so that the public would be able to access them. Our own employees would be able to access them if they're, downtown Stockton, not near the county, or maybe they're up in the North Stockton. But it just seems that we're kind of, I understand the narrow focus, but it seems that if we're going to come with an electric charging model, for this county, that this particular project or projects should be included as part of the overall electric vehicle charging stations countywide, if we really want to, because we can't just focus on our employees, we have to focus on all 750,000 residents in the county. So I understand that maybe the variation in costs, maybe there's some type of calculator, or I guess for like a gas pump, gas pump, you can change the cost, based upon it. But there's enough technological geniuses around to figure out that whatever you're using electricity-wise and cost-wise, it should register or be able to capture that to bill the individual, as opposed to this average, which I understand Mr. Balaji's concerned that one of the factors on the use is a charging station that's not even available to county employees. So maybe we discount that. I'm just a little bit concerned that I understand that the idea. I appreciate the willingness to reduce greenhouse gases, but I think from my vantage point, I'd like to see a little more global approach to this and not just consider county employees or county vehicles, but something that is more available to the public, and we're going to install them. If we're going to install them for our county employees to use, why can't we install them for the public to use? I mean, that's my question. We have county property around. I'll make one last comment. The city of Ripon, we have a fuel facility for city vehicles. We did open that up to other agencies like the school district and others to use it for diesel and things like that. All I'm saying is it would seem that if we're going to do something like this, let's provide more access to it so more users can use it as opposed to just county employees. And who, I understand that the rebates and all that, but electric vehicles are very expensive. And I don't know about it, but I've certainly, personally, but I've read about it, is the battery replacement at some point in time can be a huge cost. And so that's, I think, makes a lot of people afraid of buying an electric vehicle because they don't want to get hit with a replacement battery cost of several $1,000s. So again, I appreciate the concept and the idea, but I think we can probably tailor it to be a little more applicable to the public in addition to our county employees. So thank you.
Ms. Cunningham, you have some input?
Yes, I wanted to just share what I think would be important from a fiscal perspective to take into consideration when you're making this decision. I can share from a facility perspective that one of our highest cost areas is utilities. I have probably never in my 20-some years of career in government ever seen utilities go down. It typically goes up anywhere from 5 to 15%. It's a huge cost to our organization, so I think it's important to understand that. And when you start to look at adding the infrastructure, which we have looked at in the past, and hopefully there's better grants out there today, but the infrastructure cost for it to be able to connect in from a transformer perspective to the electrical, it was relatively inexpensive. For example, in this building, it was able to use the infrastructure was there. They just had to pretty much bring in the chargers and connect them. Let's say out at Mickey Grove Park, I want to put them in for the public. The infrastructure can cost in the hundreds of thousands of dollars. So we have to be aware of it from that perspective. Again, potentially there's grants for that as well. At the point in time I looked at it, I did not see those level of grants. It was pretty much for the chargers, but I think it's important to share that utilities is a huge cost for this organization. And as quick as PG&E will change when the peak hours are, I can tell you we're watching that very closely. They're collecting the money somewhere else, and we have to be aware of where they're doing it. So I just think that's important in the consideration and having this rate so that as we grow and add it, and potentially for doing new buildings, and we put the infrastructure in so that we can add these units, that we have a way to collect those fees and don't get in the situation like other local government agencies. You started off free and now you want to ask them to pay, and that tends to be difficult. It's easier to say initially, and we've heard it's not a large amount. We can look at it for a year, assess if that's the right direction, as opposed to all of a sudden now we got to change it and it was free and now we're billing. That's my input. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Patty?
Thank you, Madam Chair. It seems like there's a variance of what different counties are doing. Some of it's free and some of it are charging rates. I would like to get more information on options. I think that the 21 cent is random at best because of the scale of where it's coming from. And you did cite that PG&E might charge upwards of 50 cents a kilowatt. So I know that there are some variances, but what would it actually be costing us? And if it's site specific, Mr. Balaji had mentioned that at his location they have solar energy that fills fills that supply. And are we charging our employees at that rate when that solar energy might be actually pennies? If anything, I really don't know. I think we need more specific information to make a decision and maybe some options. And I do understand that, incentives do work. It might be maybe not free, but might be a hookup fee for employees for the first 2 years of $1 a day or $1.50, or waive the fees for a couple of dollars. Let's see some comparisons what others are doing, because we do want that incentive. We do want to clean up our air. And I think starting with employee stations first and then expanding to public, as Supervisor Wynn is pointing out, I don't know if we want to blend the two at this time, but this agenda issue is addressing how we're charging what rates for employees. So I for one, think that we need more options to consider and discuss with you so that we can make a decision that we think is fair for our employees.
Ms. Hatef?
Thank you, Chair Miller. I just wanted to provide a point of clarification so that the blended energy charge is approximately 21 cents per kilowatt per hour. And within your board packet, if you look at Exhibit 1, I'm not sure where Mr. Balaji is getting his numbers from or if they're anecdotal, but we have done quite a bit of significant research in comparing the different counties and cities. So if you take a look at Exhibit 1, the second page, you will see that within Alameda County and then these different Bay Area cities, the range for the energy kilowatt per hour is 20 cents per kilowatt per hour to about 25 cents per kilowatt per hour. So it is within that same range as well.
See, Chair Miller, my thing is that we charge what it cost us. That's it, right? You know, for me, my biggest concern is to include that downtown garage at the very high rate. That is, first of all, it tilts the rate bad. And which, yes, it is going to have different rates for different sites. And so is parking, right? If you go downtown San Francisco, it will be, you know, $100 a day type of deal at a peak. And you move away from it, it's going to be less. Yes, that's the fact of the deal. It's like, you know, whatever it costs, PG&E is going to charge us. The beauty of it is, as Supervisor Wynn mentioned, the technology, the app that we use, it actually can accommodate all that stuff. It would, you know, because it's all software, so we can program that into that app, and that could charge it according to the, you know, the place of use, whatever the appropriate charge is. We can set that.
Chair Miller, board members, before the board makes a decision on this item, I want to just remind the board a few words that Mr. Becker said. We consistently do blended rates, whether it's what the board is considering today on EV charging, or say, for instance, on workers' comp. If Public Works had to pay their true cost for workers' comp and did not have some shared a blended rate, that would not be affordable. Whether it's a department that has significant cost in a particular area, we do that because as an organization, this board is responsible to be able to afford the services that it provides and the costs that it appropriates. And so that's why what we're proposing today is a blended rate, so an employee is not paying less for EV charging in the future at the Public Works Department less if, say, we end up installing out at the Ag Center. And as Mr. Becker said, blended rates are consistent, that we evaluate that just because primarily it's an affordability. There may not be as significant workers' comp claims in the CAO's office as there is in Public Works, but yet is there a portion that's blended county-wide with both of our rates? Definitely, because it's the right thing to do, and also as this board considers costs, we want to make sure it's affordable and that the service delivery, there's a level of equality among our entire organization, not just a respective department. So thank you, Chair, board members.
I can see an issue if each station has a different rate at a different time of the day. I can see an issue with people charging one day and then PG&E changes what is peak time and what their rates are, and then the next time somebody goes and is charged a higher rate. I can see that that would be a problem for a lot of people, and we would be fielding complaints because of that. So from my standpoint, as a consumer, I think having the consistency of knowing if I am charging at a county charging station, I'm going to be charged X amount per kilowatt hours. And then as a consumer, I make the decision, do I want to consume energy here at this station, or do I want to wait and do it when I get home? I mean, that's a choice. We make those choices all day long, everywhere we go as a consumer. And so, I also see that at a certain point, if we're going to do this, we need to come up with a well-researched basis for what we're going to charge, and then we do what we do on a lot of other things. We come back in a year and we see, are employees using this? how are our rates stacking up against other changes that have occurred in the industry, and we reevaluate. This board does that all the time on fees. And in fact, we've been very proactive at this county in lowering fees. When we come back and we do an assessment and we see that our cost has actually dropped, we have lowered our fees in quite a few areas over the last few years. We've made Supervisor Elliott very, very happy on a number of occasions when he's seen those rates come down. And so from my standpoint, I think if we're going to move forward with this, I think we need to perhaps look at this as a pilot, and we will come back in a year and we will reevaluate where we're at. Is it working? Is it encouraging people to, our employees? Can it be scaled so that we can include the public? Where would be the most appropriate locations? Are there more grants available now, a year from now, 2 years from now than are available today? I just, from my standpoint, I think we need to start somewhere. I think this is a good policy. I think it's a reasonable fee schedule when you look at surrounding areas. And I think we'll come back in a year and decide, do the rates need to go up? Do they need to go down? How accurate are they? What's happening here? But from my standpoint, I would be comfortable moving forward, but I'm going to bring it back to this board for some direction as to what consensus there is on this. Supervisor Patty?
Yes, Madam Chair. Through the chair, if I can have Ms. Cunningham come back up, I have a quick question for her. As you had mentioned, that one of the big costs is energy and for our utilities and our buildings. And I know that the county's in a process. There are tax incentives that are dwindling over the next coming years. Can you update us on where we are in the process of reducing some of these costs for operating and utilities in particular?
Yes, whenever we do a new building, we follow Title 24 building code, which incorporates a number of energy efficient savings. In addition to that, you're correct, we did go out and do an RFI for energy and had a number of respondents. We recently have sent out an additional list of questions to, I believe it's 2 or 3 of those respondents to come in and meet with us and to go over them. Energy can be a very broad spectrum. It can be solar, which can take 20 to 30 years before you get a return on your investment. There's a cost for doing certain solutions. LED is certainly one of the areas that we're making investments throughout the entire county that has substantial cost savings. We've met with PG&E, although past programs, some of them are dwindling. There will be new programs that will provide opportunity. So we're looking at potentially where are we going to get the biggest return on our investment? Where can we both short-term and long-term look for that return? So we are in the process of doing a lot of groundwork. And again, it can be water, it can be electricity, it can be on your boilers, dated HVACs. We're looking at all of that, and it's extensive.
Okay.
So yes, that is in process.
And it would be site-specific. I mean, you can only do so much solar on this building, but there might be other areas where we're putting a lot more solar, and the cost for those kilowatts would be much lower.
Right, and right now too with the PSPS, that there's you got to do everything with caution. When you have power shutdowns and you have solar, unless you have the battery backups in place and have that infrastructure in place, if you have solar, your solar's not going to work either, which adds an additional layer of cost for what you're putting in place. And some of the trends are moving more towards doing solar farms than putting solar on a building per se, so maybe leasing your property so you got that instant return on investments. There's other approaches you can take with that. There is some exposure because with PG&E, which a lot of these companies sell their power, or the power works through PG&E. We have to be cautious because a lot of them go bankrupt and out of business, but we're looking at all of that and where it would be best for us to go in the future.
Okay, thank you. And as you mentioned, you were putting on an RFI with additional follow-up questions to certain companies?
The RFI has been completed. There are questions out to the vendors, and we want them to come back and meet with us, yes.
Could I get a list of the vendors and who, because a lot of them through my office have come from me through to you?
Yes, Jeremy Campbell is handling all of that, so I can have him reach out to you, or if you would like to reach out to him, he can share all that with you.
Great. I'd like to get a little update on it. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, could we see the recommendations up on the screen again?
Sure, absolutely.
That's possible. Okay, so this is staff recommendations. I'm going to bring this back to the board to see if what action, if any, the board wants to take today.
Make a comment. As I've stated, I have some concerns about this, and I guess my only thought, and based upon some of your comments, is you got to start somewhere. I'm not totally enthralled with the entire project because I think it needs some expansion and exploration of other possibilities that would benefit electric vehicles, certainly in this county. But I guess one thing is, although I do have my concerns, I would say that in 1 year we can point to some factual information to make a determination whether this worked or didn't work and what changes we have to make. But again, I just, from my vantage point, I just know that, there's most people are not enthralled with an electric vehicle because of the limitations it provides. And so I guess one of the reasons that I would support this is we'll find out for sure, what's happening and see whether or not it does pan out as promised. So with that, I would make a motion to accept the recommendations and at least consider this as a pilot program for a year. But at the same time, look at some other options as far as exploring some other possibilities, because if we're going to really make a difference in regards to greenhouse gases, it has to include the public, not just county employees. That's my motion.
Okay, thank you. Do we have a second?
I would second that motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there additional comments, or is everyone prepared to vote? Okay, we have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. And that is approved 4-1. Thank you.
Thank you.
Everyone, that was a good discussion.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to call for a 5-minute recess because I don't want to shortchange this next discussion. So we'll take a real quick 5-minute break, and then we will be back, and that'll give staff a chance to set up.
very
We're going to have an oral presentation and report on vaping in San Joaquin County. And today we have our interim public health officer, Dr. Maggie Park, and also public health educator, Ashley Lewis. Welcome.
Thank you, and good morning, Madam Chair Miller, members of the Board of Supervisors, County Administrator Ms. Nino, and County Council Miles. I'm pleased to be before you today to discuss the dangers of the health effects posed by flavored tobacco products targeting the youth within San Joaquin County, and in response to the concerns raised by this board regarding the vaping epidemic with youth. Beyond today's oral presentation, I'd like to direct members of the public to the policy options restricting the sale of flavored tobacco products report issued by Public Health Services, which is included in the agenda packet for additional information. And as you stated, with me this morning, I have interim public health officer Dr. Maggie Park, along with Ashley Lewis, public health educator, and our tobacco control coordinator, who will co-lead our oral presentation. Upon the conclusion of the oral presentation, we'd be pleased to address any questions or concerns the board may have, as well as to receive potential policy direction from the board. I also know that our district attorney would like to provide comments regarding the youth vaping epidemic at an appropriate time during this agenda item. So thank you, and please proceed, Ashley.
Thank you.
Good morning. So again, I'm Ashley Lewis. We're here to discuss vaping in San Joaquin County, as well as provide policy options for restricting the sale of flavored tobacco products. Just so that we're all on the same page, e-cigarettes, vapes, vaporizers, vape pens, hookah pens, e-pipes are all just a handful of terms used to describe non-combustible tobacco products. An e-cigarette is a battery-powered device that is operated by heating an e-liquid solution to a high enough temperature so that it produces an aerosol. E-cigarettes were first introduced on the market in the mid-2000s, and the use has been on the rise with a high uptick in youth usage. Within the last 5 years, vaping products, specifically e-cigarettes, have been the most commonly used tobacco products among youth in the United States.
Contrary to popular belief, e-cigarettes are not harmless. Using an e-cigarette is called vaping, but the e-cigarette does not produce water vapor. It produces an aerosol. The e-liquids that are being heated contain ultrafine particles, heavy metals such as cadmium, lead, nickel, tin, and copper, flavorings such as diacetyl, and cancer-causing chemicals. Vaping products are considered tobacco products because most, if not all of them, contain nicotine, which comes from the tobacco plant. People can also vape marijuana, cannabidiol, or other substances in liquid form. The aerosols produced by the chemicals in e-liquids have been linked to a multitude of physical health conditions. Vaping has been shown to irritate the mouth and throat and cause increased cough and airway resistance. The efficiency of the heart and circulatory system is reduced, leading to increased blood pressure, heart rate, and chest pain. It's also been shown that vaping can lead to nausea and vomiting. E-cigarettes deliver higher concentrations of nicotine than traditional cigarettes. Some devices can deliver the same amount of nicotine as 20 cigarettes in one pod. These concentrations of nicotine can in turn increase the dependency on and the rate of addiction to these products. These products are also more efficient in their delivery of nicotine than cigarettes, delivering nicotine to users 2.7 times faster than traditional cigarettes. And nicotine has negative effects on the developing adolescent brain. Vaping nicotine at a young age can reduce prefrontal cortex activity, and that is the part of the brain responsible for decision-making, concentration, problem-solving, and planning. Youth who vape have an increased risk for developing addictions to other harmful drugs, and they have increased problems with learning, memory, attention, anxiety, irritability, and impulsivity. This graph shows some of the latest data that we have on high school youth who report current tobacco use in our state of California, and it's from 2017. It shows that 3 times as many high school-aged youth report current e-cigarette use compared to traditional cigarette use, unlike adults who predominantly use traditional cigarettes. Nationally, e-cigarette use by high schoolers and middle schoolers has been on a sharp rise since 2017, with current estimates at 5 million teen users in the United States. It's likely that here in San Joaquin County and in California, our high school-aged youth rates have also increased since 2017. According to the Surgeon General's advisory, use of flavored tobacco products, including flavored vaping products, is not safe for youth or non-users of tobacco and acts as a vehicle to nicotine addiction.
So the reason there has been such an uptick in youth usage is because there is youth appeal. The first generation products were very similar to the look and feel of a traditional cigarette, with most of these products designed for one-time use. As you can see from the products displayed, these devices have taken on a more tech-like design, with some being large tank-based devices while others resemble pens, highlighters, battery packs, and USB flash drives. Additionally, these products have modifiable parts and refillable pods, which makes the devices reusable. As you may have noticed, I've been wearing a watch during this presentation. But it also doubles as a vape device. This just goes to show that these products are harder to detect and easy to disguise as an everyday tech product. Smoking no longer looks as it once did, which in turn contributes to the youth appeal. In addition to high nicotine concentrations and the design, e-cigarette products are sold and marketed in a variety of kid-friendly flavors. There are currently 15,500 flavored tobacco products on the market. As part of the 2009 Family Smoking Prevention and Tobacco Control Act, the federal government prohibited the sale of flavored cigarette products, with the exception of menthol and other tobacco products such as e-cigarettes, little cigars, chewing tobacco, and large cigars. This in turn left a loophole for a myriad of flavored products to come into other forms. Smoking no longer smells the same. It smells like fruit and candy. As stated in the previous slide, the Family Smoking Prevention and Tobacco Control Act exempted menthol as a flavor to be taken off the market. However, this exemption left youth at risk. Menthol products are often considered starter products because they produce a cooling and soothing effect that help mask the harsh taste of tobacco. Kind of like how you rub Vicks Vapor Rub on your chest to soothe your cough. That's what a mentholated product does when you try tobacco. It makes it easier for youth to initiate tobacco usage. There is evidence that mentholated tobacco products are heavily marketed to youth, LGBTQ communities, African American communities, and Latino communities by the tobacco industry. As a result, high mentholated product usage rates can be seen in these populations. These populations usually have high quit attempts, but low successful quit rates because of marketing tactics and product availability. Just to give you a different lens to see through, 80% of youth who have ever used a tobacco product started with a flavored product. Overall, flavored tobacco and e-cigarettes have been shown to be detrimental to product users. The U.S. Surgeon General has warned that flavored tobacco products help new users establish habits that can lead to long-term addiction. Just to give you a snapshot of San Joaquin County, during 2016, STOP participated in a statewide data collection effort called Healthy Stores for a Healthy Community. We surveyed over 281 stores. Of those 281 stores, 70% of those stores sold vaping products. Of those stores that sold vaping products, 100% of those sold flavored. So you can see that there's a high availability of these products in our communities. In addition, a lot of these retailers are in close proximity to school, schools, parks, and youth-sensitive areas, which makes them highly accessible to the very people we're trying to keep them out of the hands of.
Federal efforts. On January 2, 2020, the federal government set action to ban some flavored e-cigarettes that are popular among youth. The law bans fruity, candy, mint, and dessert flavors from small cartridge-based e-cigarettes. The ban exempts menthol and tobacco-flavored e-cigarettes, and additionally, it exempts large tank-based vaping devices. Manufacturers of e-cigarettes that have not been previously approved by the FDA are given 30 days to remove their products from the market or risk penalty from the FDA. Beginning in May, all e-cigarettes will undergo FDA review, and the products must demonstrate to the FDA that they provide a net public health benefit in order to remain on the market. To reiterate, the federal ban only applies to certain flavors, with menthol and tobacco still being allowed to remain on the market. And the ban only applies to some devices, the cartridges and pre-filled closed system products, but does not ban open system products such as the pods, mods, and tanks that we have put here before you. On January 6, 2020, SB 793 was introduced in the California State Senate by Senators Jerry Hill, Scott Wiener, Steve Glazer, and Richard Pan. This bill seeks to ban sales of all flavored tobacco products, including mint and menthol products. This bill is almost identical to California Senate Bill 38 that was introduced by Senator Hill in 2019. However, SB 38 was withdrawn due to amendments exempting flavored hookah and flavored tobacco patented before 2000. If successful, this bill would be more restrictive than initiatives taken at the federal level.
Although there are efforts at both the federal and state level to prohibit flavored tobacco products, implementing a local policy is still the most beneficial option to protect our local residents. Over 250 cities and counties across the country regulate the use and sale of e-cigarettes. 59 communities in California have passed restrictions on the sale of flavored tobacco products. There are 4 main types of regulations cities have implemented across the state. Sacramento, being the most recent, is also the most comprehensive and most resembles the state initiatives. This policy prohibits the sale of all flavored tobacco products, not just e-cigarettes, but flavored cigars, flavored chewing tobacco. In 2018, Mono County passed a policy that only prohibited the sale of e-cigarettes in their liquids. Often counties go back and pass stronger policies because of the loopholes that's presented by not banning all of the products and still have all of these a lot of products available for youth to consume. In July 2017, Contra Costa adopted a policy to restrict the sale of flavored tobacco products near youth-sensitive areas. This type of policy creates a buffer zone where tobacco retailers cannot sell specified flavored tobacco products near youth-sensitive areas. This can be beneficial, however, you have to do an extra step in defining what a youth-sensitive area is and what a safe buffer zone would be, which would in turn create a little bit more work for whoever is enforcing it to do. And lastly, the city of Oakland adopted a policy that restricts the sale of flavored tobacco products to stores that are not already restricted to adults 21 years and older. And this, again, tries to address not having youth have high access and high availability of these products. However, this also creates a loophole because your regular everyday service station can then carve out a piece of their building to be adult only, which doesn't really change the problem of youth being these products being available for youth to see and to possibly get access to. So there are some considerations when doing a local policy. A local policy can ensure that the community is protected no matter what happens at the state or federal level of government. And by implementing a local policy, one can assure that a policy is in place and includes what is best for the community that it is serving. Additionally, implementing a local policy can ensure that a local enforcement agency monitors the retailers that they are following the protocol for e-cigarette sales. This gives communities the opportunity to educate retailers on the laws. It also ensures that not only local laws are being followed, but any state or federal laws are being followed as well. And this in turn can protect local retailers and their businesses because we are able to be more forgiving and provide education, whereas an outside body may not be as forgiving and may take license. Another consideration for policy is enforcement. To ensure that the policy passed is also effective. Many of the policies that I talked about earlier in the presentation operate under a tobacco retailer license. A tobacco retailer license is a cost-neutral program that requires tobacco retailers to pay a fee annually to sell tobacco products. Fees collected from tobacco retailers are then used to fund law enforcement or an enforcement body to conduct compliance checks. A tobacco retailer license program has been shown to be best practice because it produces a sustainable funding stream to support the policy that is passed. The big question that everyone asks is, what is the economic impact? As you saw, that many of those policies that have been passed in the last few years. So not enough time has gone by for us to determine the grand scale of economic impact. However, we do understand that stores, such as vape stores, will have to adapt to new regulations if they want to remain successful under a new policy. We also know that businesses such as these are another vehicle to hook a new generation of tobacco users. The future health packs of those users and costs will likely exceed any business loss if vaping is not treated as the epidemic that it has been declared. So our recommendation from San Joaquin County Public Health Services is to conduct stakeholder engagement and perform further research on legislative options to inform a potential countywide ordinance. And I'll be happy to take any questions at this time.
Thank you. Questions? Supervisor Patty?
Thank you. A couple of brief questions, Madam Chair. I think actually this is for County Council. Mr. Miles, what tools do we have in the toolbox, as was just recommended by staff, to come up with, I don't know if we need another committee to another level of analysis to come up with any type of restrictions. Could we mimic what others are doing and bring to the board some options? And among them would be obviously this TRL as just tobacco retail license. I'm looking at age restriction or limitation. And also, do we have the possibility in San Joaquin County to tax it, separate from what's happening at the state?
Certainly you have the ability to adopt an ordinance that would affect, that would in place age restrictions. We also have the ability to adopt as model ordinances or other ordinances that other agencies have adopted. We'd want to look at those to make sure that they actually fit with, that they fit San Joaquin County. What works in Sacramento may not be appropriate here or vice versa. The ability to tax it, we'd have to look at that. I would hazard a guess that yes, you could probably tax it. As with any tax, though, that's going to have to go before the
ballot. Okay.
In order to get approval for that. I do want to support, though, the idea of stakeholder engagement. I know that previously there have been members of the that are people that represent sellers of these products who've come before the board and said, we want to be good partners with you and we want to engage in that process. So that I think the staff's recommendation of participating or encouraging that stakeholder participation in order to come up with a ordinance to bring back to the board is an appropriate path.
Okay, thank you. That's all, Madam Chair.
Elliott?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, along those lines of stakeholder engagement and general public engagement, I just wanted to ask if you had received this email that I got here from the California Fuels and Convenience Alliance, and they had some comments about it, so I'd be happy to forward it if you haven't seen it yet.
I have not seen it.
Okay.
I have not either. However, in January, I did speak in front of the Manteca City Council, and afterwards, some of the petroleum retailers came and spoke to me. They indeed wanted to be good stewards. I think their largest concern was an uneven playing field and just being able to cross jurisdictional lines to get your gas and your cigarettes.
Right. Okay, I'll be happy to forward this on, and I think we should consider their comments along with any others that we receive in coming up with the best policy possible.
Thank you. Tori Berber-Salazar, would you like to address the board at this time?
Good afternoon. As the board is aware that I've been doing quite a bit of work in the community and quite a bit of work in the schools as well to educate and empower school teachers, principals, and staff, as well as parents and students about the tremendous danger and risk that we see. During my journey, I've come across a lot of families that have been adversely impacted by this, and a number of teachers and principals wanted to be here, but it is a school day and it's very difficult for them to get away, so we're going to videotape them and have them for the next presentation. But I did have Jeanette Peterson, and she was available to come in, and so I'm going to turn it over to her first, allow her to tell you her story, and then I'll jump.
Okay, I first want to thank you. That was a great presentation. But I am here to speak because personally vaping has impacted my family. My son started having seizures in 2017, and after many doctor's appointments, UCSF, MRI, that are the
CAT scan.
Think of what the brain thing is now.
CAT scan.
Yes, CAT scans. There was no diagnostics. No, there was no this form of epilepsy. There was a juvenile epilepsy. Nothing pointed to that form, although he was having full grand mal seizures. Every time he had a seizure, he had vaped 24 to 48 hours before. So after his next two seizures, we went in ourselves, my husband and I, took him right in, within minutes of having his seizure, and the levels of nicotine in his body were frightening. And thankfully, praise God, he has stopped vaping, and we have just celebrated 6 months seizure-free. I'm not a doctor. I can't say for sure that that is what his seizures were for, but I do know that, FDA came out and said if you're lung issues, if you're suffering from seizures, that is a side effect. And every time he had vaped before. But this is not only about my son, this is about poisoning our youth. This vape product was supposed to be an alternative to smoking. There's gum, there's other stuff that they can use, and we, like she just presented, there's so many more worse things that are coming from this product. Fatalities, lung issues. During one of our office visits, the doctor made it very clear that this is an epidemic. We are just starting to see the effects of this product, especially with young kids. The second major issue, which she hit upon, is the availability and motivation that these vendors have to sell to underage kids. My son is started at about 15. He's 17 now. He's got a very baby face. He does not look anywhere near 21, and he can take me to any one of the stores in town that he can walk in like he's buying a soda. So they are not being regulated as well. Just a little pod is $25. So this is money driven. They're selling this, and of course they want to come and send stuff to you, Mr. Elliott, about their side. And but it's money driven. It's a lot of money. Tori has statistics of billions of dollars. So for me, the other thing too, it amazes me how we can ban plastic bags, and we can ban straws now for the handful of turtles that died. Yet we are not willing to ban something that 5 million teens are addicted to. We grow, we're farmers, we grow. I have to regulate my dog walking in the orchard because of food and safety regulations. And by the way, this is not even approved by the FDA. It's not regulated by any government agency, yet we're selling, and 5 million kids are are addicted. So I would really hope that the board would consider my input, Tori's, and the wonderful presentation that you just got from them.
Thank you.
As you know, the District Attorney's Office has been very aggressive in this area, and I'm very grateful for the leadership that we receive from the county and the county departments. We're proceeding on 2 platforms to take on e-cigarettes, and primarily Juul, which at the time we began this journey had 76.1% of the market. They're now probably in the 60% due to some of the aggressive steps that this county and other counties have taken to dismantle their e-drug dealing enterprise that they've inflicted upon our youth. And so we are proceeding on a civil grounds, and public health, behavioral health, the county hospital, San Joaquin County Sheriff Pat Withrow, San Joaquin County Chief of Probation Stephanie James, in the District Attorney's Office, and soon we'll be meeting with the school districts as well to join in together and to bring civil litigation against these individuals for their knowingly false and intentional marketing to our youth in order to create a new generation of individuals addicted to a highly, highly addictive substance, and by usurping what are already the heavy regulations under tobacco based on the past behaviors and wrongful acts that they had committed that resulted in the death and great harm to our communities. So we are proceeding on that matter as well, and we're proceeding on under knowingly false business practices 17200 and 17500, and those are going to be looking at more towards the entire organization as to how they marketed and their product and how they knowingly falsely marketed this product in order to gain new members, to gain new clients. And so we're proceeding on that as well as an environmental approach. We believe that the disposal of these is also going to have an adverse impact to the environment. So as you can see across the board, this product was designed solely to increase their numbers because, as all of us know, we have a generation or maybe a generation ahead of us that were smokers. My father began smoking for 60 years of his life because he received them in the Lucky Strikes in his Army rations. And that's where it began as a 15-year-old, and it took him and it killed him by the time he was 72. And so my children know that they would never smoke a cigarette, or they would see the dark side of my mom syndrome there. But they know, and even as we walk through the community and you see people smoking, you tend to say something. If you saw a 15-year-old smoking a cigarette, you would more than likely say, "Hey, that's not a successful pathway forward." And this was designed by 2 men that worked in the Apple industry and were head of their marketing division, to not only design this to make it cool and hip, but also to make it so that parents couldn't see and realize what it was. Most parents look at it and think it's a very cool USB drive, as you can see, and don't even realize that the product is that harmful. And so when you look at it in its totality as to how they approached this whole marketing, they saw a rapid decline in the number of people in the United States using or becoming engaged with tobacco. And what people don't understand is the guy or gal on the corner who's selling narcotics, he or she is not selling per se any product, they're selling addiction. Because once we get you addicted, I can sell you anything. Because a lot of people start off with very high end. As you saw with opioids, you saw prescription drugs, and then it deteriorated down into heroin, and now we're seeing a market flooded with some of the cheapest prices in methamphetamines I've ever seen in the 30 years I've been here. Because that'll drive, you will use what you're going to use once you become addicted and what you can afford. And so by triggering this addiction or this pathway to addiction, is really creating a new generation of members. And when tobacco was hit very hard, big tobacco, and all the regulations and lawsuits and resolutions came about, they looked to other markets, China and India, other places where they could start marketing. But they continued to see a decline here in the United States, and they realized they were losing a generation. And so my theory and argument will be when we proceed forward is that this was a complete and well-designed, I have to say, and heavily financed plan to usurp all of big tobacco's regulations by creating this alternative package, which in theory, if it was true, would have been of value to society because it would have helped long-term generational smokers transition off tobacco and into a healthier lifestyle. But in reality, in looking at, and I think I shared with all of you, the Stanford report that was a brilliant report on the marketing, was designed to entice our youth to becoming involved. And once you trigger that addiction, and we have seen it time and time again with the parents that I'm working with, they became addicted to the vaping because the first hit is so high and it's such a quick high and a quick buzz. And then after that, they're going to start putting in weed, they're going to put in meth, they're going to start transitioning to different locations in order to fix and fill that need and the need for a higher use. And so it's created this terrible burden on the families in our communities. I am going to do a presentation because 15 sixth graders at one elementary school were caught selling this product on campus. I mean, it is not a college problem or a high school problem. It is a junior high and elementary school. As a matter of fact, most of my presentations are K through 6. I'm no longer doing the high schools. It's K through 6. This is attacking all of our children, and it is imperative that we act timely and swiftly to give them every tool and resource. Even with the adverse publicity that this has received, we continue to have evidence of local companies selling to underage youth. We continue to see this. And the tools I have are not that great for that product, for selling. I can maybe get a misdemeanor out of it and start getting some penalties. And I hope that this ordinance does have severe financial consequences for individuals who knowingly sell to minors in our community, because it is a crime. And we are seeing parents and family members struggling with the adverse effects of the psychological, mental health, and physical impact to these children. This is one of not the most well-organized drug dealing schemes I've ever seen in the 32 years I've been as a district attorney. It is billions of dollars strong, state-of-the-art technology and marketing, and it is designed to not get some, it is designed to get all of our children addicted. And so I agree that we can spend some time in meetings, but as you know, I'm not a big fan of meetings. I'm a fan of getting something done. And our children's lives depend on it. So if you're going to have some meetings, set an end date, because every day more children are getting ill and more children are dying, and I'm not going to stand by for it. So time is now and action is now. And if you are out there in the community seeing these kids and seeing these parents, meetings and stakeholders and listening to all these voices would not drive this decision. What would drive this decision is action today, because we need this. We need this ban. Other counties have done it. We should do it. And by not doing it, leaves our children exposed to harm. So I would ask, and I will fully engage with public health if they continue to have meetings, but I would ask for the ban today and make some movement on this area. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Supervisor Wynn?
I couldn't agree more than what the district attorney said. I do know Joe and Jeanette Peterson, and they're a model family. Loving parents, great kids. You couldn't ask for any better. The reason I bring that up is it can happen to any family. Oftentimes we think of addiction maybe in lower income families, et cetera. That's not true. This is something that is everywhere at all levels. I do have a couple of questions in regards to the, because we're talking about the youth, which obviously is a priority, but I know that the vaping, for example, was marketed as being a way to reduce your nicotine habit. But in your comments, you talked about that there are higher attempts in regards to trying to use this as a way to cease their nicotine addiction. But it's less likely than other patches, gum, other methods to reduce it. So it seems that not only are we deceiving our children, we're deceiving our adults in regards to selling them on the fact that, well, you can do this and you can get off cigarettes. And I guess I've heard anywhere from 20 to 25 times the amount of nicotine in one of these particular users. And I guess my question is, because I've looked at the ordinances and all the ones that are listed in the appendix, but I do have a question because there's one which kind of stands out because it's different than all the others, because in Beverly Hills, they prohibit all tobacco sales, period. Not just flavored, all tobacco sales. Do we have any idea, how that has worked in regards to litigation or complaints from the public in general, there's a list of them, and you probably don't know them all, but it was interesting because addiction, no matter what form, whether it be opioids or heroin or whatever, is bad, and especially when you talk about these high levels of nicotines, and I've read where one use, one hit on these for a teenager, they're almost automatically addicted. And as the district attorney says, they've got their market now. They've got this person, fortunately for life. And I guess the sad part of it is that maybe it's trendy. Certainly the numbers have increased exponentially as far as not just hundreds of thousands, but now millions of youth and at all levels are participating. My question is, what's the future for them? How is that going to affect their future in regards to staying in school, getting a job, raising a family, all these other things that we address? So I guess my question is I know we're focusing on youth, and that's a priority, but the other question is, are we also deceiving our adults and selling them on something that isn't as marketed to them as far as being beneficial to their tobacco use?
I would say that the way that it has been marketed as a way to make the switch can be deceptive, in terms that if you don't make a complete switch and never go back to tobacco products, combustible tobacco products, then you won't see the benefit if you're a dual user, if you use the vaping pods as well as tobacco. It has also been shown that vaping and ceasing to use nicotine has not been as effective as using a patch or chewing gum or anything of that nature that has been approved by FDA to be a successful cessation tool. So to answer your question, yes, it can be very deceptive to say this is going to help you quit nicotine, when in fact you could become more addicted, especially if you can't sustain the habit of vaping. You eventually become a dual user.
If I could add to that too as well, in the presentation at El Dorado, I came in contact with an individual that was familiar to my office, and we had spent probably the last 20 years together off and on prosecuting cases due to substance abuse disorder and addiction and sales and transportation. Long-term heroin and methamphetamine addict, spent time in and out and got into the collaborative courts about 2 years ago, completed the program, and has been turning her life around significantly. But during the course of that 20-year period of addiction, which was, very extensive, she started vaping towards the end because she thought it was a pathway to get off of what she was using as a tool to do so. She said it was one of the most destructive and harmful things she had done. And within a month, she was in the hospital with pneumonia. Though medically, I don't know if I'd be able to offer that as true evidence that it correlates, but her belief and her words, and I asked her, if I could use her story, was that she had got high faster than she had ever before. It was highly addictive, and it was highly destructive to her lungs. And this is a woman who had 20 years of very, very tough journey of substance abuse disorder and using some of the most aggressive narcotics that we have out on the street. So it to me, it was a very telling story. She came up on her own to speak to the students about this and how absolutely terrified she was of this product. And this is a woman who's, shot needles in places you couldn't even imagine. And so I think it really was reflective of this. Most of the people that I have talked to that have used the product didn't, for that purpose, to transition off of traditional tobacco, haven't been successful. I did have one woman who was successful, and that was because she was in a regimented program in which they were regulating and the decreased value of it. But of the 5, and this is not official data, but of the 5 that I've had contact with, 4 were not able to, as adults, transition and use the product for its intended use. And I don't think we can really rely on companies like Juul for their data because it's Juul data. They generated themselves. So, and there probably hasn't been a sufficient amount of research in it. But I have not been approached by anybody in any of the public speaking that I've done who have come up and said, you've got this all wrong. This product is of value. And I agree, and I thank you for bringing that up, Supervisor Nguyen, because it's just as harmful to adults as it is to children.
Through the chair, I'd also like to hear from the sheriff, because one of the things that has been, I don't know, as long as I've been around, I guess as a teenager, is that, of course, all we dealt with was alcohol back then, but as an underage person, to obtain alcohol, it was very easy. You found an adult who was going to buy something, you gave him the money, you told him what you wanted, and he came out. And the reason I raise that is because the question arises, and the attorney's already brought it up in regards to, and Jeanette also talked about, selling to minors anyway. I mean, they don't look 21, but they are, or 18, but they are sold to anyway. Do you have any experience or I mean, I know you've been patrol and certainly district attorneys prosecute a lot of cases, but I'm assuming this is still happening, that for those things that are illegal to under 21, for example, that they're still, because it's available in a store, they still have access, whether it be a stranger or a relative or a friend or whatever. And the reason I'm getting to that is because, if it's still for sale, they're still going to acquire it. Obviously, you can do it online, and I know there's illegal sellers, et cetera, but the question is that still a prevalent pattern of acquiring things illegally, is having somebody else go in and acquire it because they are of age?
Yeah, absolutely, Supervisor. Went through the chair. A few months ago I came to you about we had like a $111,000 grant from tobacco to fight tobacco things. And with a large part of that grant, we have been doing hits on stores because of underage selling to minors, and it has to do with the vaping. We get the information through our school resource deputies, finding out the kids that have it and dealing with them at the schools. And then we roll it back to the stores and do sting operations, and with that we're finding that they're selling the vaping things with meth or whatever else inside it, and so yeah, it's still a big issue as far as the kids getting their hands on it. It's not that I ever asked anyone to buy me alcohol when I was young, but they. Oh, okay. Well, then it's all right. Yeah, they can just, get an older brother, an older friend, tap on the shoulder outside the store, and it's still happening. And like the DA said, the stores aren't very concerned about how old you are or not. They're gonna, as long as they don't think they're gonna get caught, they're gonna make money off it, and they're gonna sell it. So, yeah, we've been dealing with it a lot, and we're just dealing with it peripherally that way. I can only imagine what SUSD is dealing with on the campuses.
So, from what you said, I'm assuming that if vaping or these projects or projectiles are still available legally in a store, then obviously youth are still going to obtain them. If you took it out of the store, they'd have to maybe go through a little more effort to obtain it, but it wouldn't be quite as easily as it is currently.
Absolutely. It would become a black market type of thing, and it would make it more difficult for them to find it. Are we going to get rid of it completely? No, just like everything else. But, it would make it much more difficult for them to get it, and that enticement would be gone. It wouldn't be a thing that they think is acceptable. Everybody would know that this is something that's illegal and you shouldn't be doing it. And a lot of the good kids that might try it, just for fun, would say, hey, I don't want to get in trouble. I don't want to be part of that. And maybe would try and stop their friends from doing that.
Okay. Thank you, Sheriff.
Yes, sir.
Tori, just a quick question. You already alluded to it. I was going to ask Public Health is, what's the value of these products? Is there any other than money?
No. It's they're about 25 a pod, I think. I haven't been in the store. I went into a vaping store about a month or two ago and purchased one, and then I sent in a very young minor, and had absolutely no problem purchasing it. So, and the person knew who I was when I purchased it, so I thought it was even more entertaining. But we're seeing them. We're not in the movement that we've made. I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, Sheriff. I think every store we hit, we were able to purchase underage. I don't know of any stores that were exempt. There might have been one, but I think we did five different stores, and I think we were either 4 for $5 or 5 for $5 that we were able to purchase as underage minors.
So essentially what you're saying is if, for example, we just obviously follow the federal government in regards to you have to be 21. But if you obviously were 21 or older, you could obtain it. That's not going to solve the problem because they're still going to have access, direct access. They don't even have to have somebody go buy it for them. They can buy it directly. So that's maybe just a small portion of the solution as far as getting this out of the hands of our youth.
It is, and it goes back to, and I think the sheriff said it brilliantly, is that we're sending the message that this is a harmful product. Right now, by acquiescing and allowing the product to be sold, it is what people kind of were misled to believe from the get-go, that this product must have been cleared by the FDA. It must be valuable. They're saying it's helpful, and it's a good transition. And even when it first came out, I thought, oh, hey, that's a clever idea. Let's get people that are long-term smokers, step-by-step transitioning them out. And because of that marketing, we're all susceptible to it. We're all capable of believing that it has a healthy pathway based on the information they were providing, and then, of course, marketing to the youth, whether it be through the influencers or the underage users or giving the product away free, and the coloring and the advertisement, all of that played a role in it to get a new generation addicted. So when you look at that and you see what they're capable and how they're capable of doing what they're doing, it's easy to see how people thought this was a valuable product or this was a less harmful product than tobacco. And, they did a good job. It's really a con is what it is, and they did a good job at it because they had unlimited resources and billions of dollars. So I think by us saying as a community that this isn't a legal product, we will always have a percentage, just like we have a percentage that still, turns underage use of marijuana or methamphetamines or cocaine or heroin or PCP. We're always going to be dealing with that black market and trying to address that and take all the measures we can to incarcerate those who have the intent on selling and distributing to others. But us as a community not saying anything about the harmful effects by not banning this product, we're telling our youth received from these organizations is viable and truthful. And I think that's where the power comes with banning this product, is that we're telling everybody that can hear, and the sheriff, like I said it brilliantly, there are people that will listen to that, and that's who we can help right now. Those who are intent on using it, we'll deal with as it comes. As we do with every other narcotic that we're dealing. The problem I see with this is most drug dealers in San Joaquin County aren't as organized as people think they are. It's a risky business, as you know, in law enforcement. Most transactions are handled with people using the substance as well as people armed with guns and weapons. And so the stabilization of the market and the flow of that is a little bit easier for us in law enforcement to disrupt and to break up and to arrest and to prosecute to the full extent of the law. With this, you have billions of dollars. And I just sent out subpoenas on my case for against Juul, and they sent back 50, 60,000 pages of documents in the first wave of many waves, which I estimate will probably be 500,000 documents just to bury me in work and hope that it takes me so long I can't see daylight to get to them. Obviously, they've never met me because that's not going to happen. So we'll get them. We're going to definitely get them. But that's the kind of thing that we're sending to message to people. And just coming out against Juul publicly and their marketing scheme and to entice, their share of the market has gone down significantly. And Altura, which is their parent company, which paid $13.5 billion for 33% of their companies 3 years after it had started, which is an amazing amount of money, just did a multi-billion-dollar write-down and didn't even flinch. I think it was somewhere in the area of $18 billion. So these guys got money like you can't believe. They're organized, their marketing scheme, and their ability to have access to every one of our children in the United States of America is sickening. And it is one of the most evil and corrupt, well-organized criminal enterprises I've ever seen. And they are a monster to fight, and they are going to fight us. But they've never had a good fight with San Joaquin County. They're going to get what they got coming. So I do think it's important that we act in a timely manner. If we want to, have some stakeholder meetings, I'm amenable to that. But I would set an end date so that we could move on this as quickly as possible because it is urgent. It is having a tremendous adverse impact on our community. And I think it gives us a valuable tool to deter those who are thinking about it or beginning to engage in it. It also will give me more tools to seek civil remedies on some of these situations.
Tori, I have a quick question. Are online sales a part of this? And if so, how does a local ordinance get at those?
That's a great question. We're still researching that. The online sales, I think I showed it to you in our presentation. You just tapped, I think you tapped, and there was no follow back up to age verification. So, and we're seeing it on the alternative Craigslist, things like that as well. And so we're working on how to do that. We were hoping that the feds and the state would take that action for us, and that really would hamper it. But we're looking at individuals that are coming into the county or coming into the state and marketing how we can limit their power and their ability to do so. So I don't have a definitive answer. We're still waiting to see what some of the other counties have done to address this issue. But it is a ban to sell within our county. Those organizations would be required to prohibit sales in that county from occurring. But that's going to be a tougher one to regulate. That's why we're hoping we can get the feds in the state to take some action as well.
So really the first step is getting this on the books to give us some tools to operate from so that we can go after this.
Exactly. Thank you, Chairwoman. You're exactly right. Perfect question, because once we do take that initiative, we're sending a message that it's no longer a viable product, and we can do backup. I am asking to pull out some of the money from my consumer fraud and do a radio and billboard advertisement about the harmful effects of this product, educating, because a lot of parents simply don't know. They simply do not know about this product and what it can do to their kids. And I think, Jeanette, you didn't even know about this product until her son started having seizures and then putting the pieces back together. So we would like to do that in partnership, where we're coming out with the ban, whatever degree we would just determine, and then come out with the media campaign and blitz, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and then really getting that messaging out that this is a banned substance. It's a harmful substance. It can be a deadly substance, and it will easily will lead to addiction.
Thank you.
Thank you.
One last question for Dr. Park. We haven't talked about the deaths that are attributed to vaping, and also the combination of CBD or THC in it. Could you talk a little bit about what you found in regards to the connection between vaping and some of these lung deaths or whatever has occurred?
Sure. So the injury was initially called VAPI, or vaping-associated pulmonary injury. It's now being called EVALI, which is e-cigarette or vaping product use-associated lung injury. And the CDC continues to track people who are hospitalized for EVALI, and the current number as of February 4th is that 2,758 people have been hospitalized for EVALI. There have been 64 deaths in the United States, 4 in California. It has been tracked mostly to black market sales of THC, marijuana products that are being vaped, mostly in the liquid forms, in the pods and tanks. And those products are being mixed with vitamin E acetate, which is used as a thickening product with the THC, which gives it the consistency that's desired. So it has been tracked mostly to vitamin E acetate as the cause, so linked to THC and not so much specifically the nicotine that we're trying to get children to stay away from. However, there are 13% of people who have been hospitalized or injured by this who report never using THC. They report strict use of nicotine. So there's some gray area in there as to how those people became injured with their lungs. There are other lung injuries that you can get from vaping that have nothing to do with THC, such as the popcorn lung, which we did show on our slide. That's bronchiolitis obliterans, and that is associated with use of glycol, glycerin products that are in these nicotine vaping products, and it's an irreversible damage to the lungs that basically destroys the small airways and the alveoli of the lungs. So there's that percentage of people who say they never used THC who are getting lung injury, and they're still being categorized as EVALI. So we can't say that 100% of EVALI lung injuries are related strictly to vitamin E acetate. There might be something else out there, but there's certainly a lot of chemicals that are getting deeply inhaled with these vaping products.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Elliott.
Thank you, Chair. Actually, that question covered a lot of what I wanted to ask about because I've been a consistent opponent of our bringing authorized cannabis commercial business into the county. And I just wanted to get your assessment here of the link between that and the dangers of vaping. It appears that you're saying that vaping by itself, regardless of what other type of substances are used with it, creates these problems. But what percentage would you say is linked to the THC use?
I wouldn't have a percentage number on what percent of vaping injuries are linked specifically to THC use.
And most of the THC use in these e-valley are the black market, the unregulated. I think in California, to some extent, there's a C to pride. It's regulated, it's tested. But in other states, the THC is unregulated, and bad actors could adulterate the product with the vitamin C acetated. But I believe most of the THC lung injuries are associated with black market product.
And some of that dialogue is coming from the vaping industry, from the Juuls and the companies like that are trying to create a bit of a false narrative that the product isn't the driver of the harm, it is the alternative use for the product. But the step that they're missing is that the product wouldn't be in existence and wouldn't have been marketed to our youth if they hadn't created this pathway to give them this mechanism in order to use these alternatives to it as well. And it's the natural progression of addiction, and you'll see it with in many substances that you'll use. But the initial impact was the tobacco use, and then deviating or pivoting to other uses for that product, and then wanting to blame it on the other product when you're not looking at where did this all begin in the core of where this began. So I find that conversation, statistically, we are seeing some cases coming in, but it's a distractor. To say, look over here and not look at how did this begin. So I would say it's kind of an analogy would be if you started off with cocaine and you transitioned to methamphetamines and you say the methamphetamine caused the harm. Well, you started with cocaine, and in this case, you started with these vaping products, and that's kind of to me been a bit of a distractor conversation that they're trying to have, it's definitely something we need to address and keep data and research on. But I think that it's being driven by big tobacco, is that misdirection of the information that they're providing.
Okay, well, I'm all in favor of protecting their health. But I think we should also, at the same time, not discount this THC argument as well. I mean, not just say, oh, they're trying to distract us because it's not really THC that's causing the problem. I think that's part of the problem as well. We should put all of these aspects together when we're looking at how we can best protect the health of our youth. So I'm still consistent in opposing this easier access to THC, but I'm certainly in favor of protecting our youth here in terms of this problem as well.
Absolutely, Supervisor. You're right on point. We battle the THC every day, all day, constantly, and it's a heavy lift on agencies and law enforcement in my office to tackle these cases, and to think that these and what I'm trying to say, and if I wasn't clear, is that they created another mechanism for this to occur. And so not only do you have the primary effect of this product and the harmful use of it and the addiction, triggering the addiction switch, if you will, by getting people addicted to tobacco, which we know is highly addictive, but it also allows another pathway for another mechanism that's harmful and destructive to easily be transported, because it can go in your pocket. They have sweatshirts with a little slit here, and they just take a hit in the middle of class. And it's interesting, since we began this journey, really because of people like Jeanette Peterson, I see every day in the car people driving with the vaping. And you have to wonder, is this guy next or gal next to me, is that weed? Is it meth? Is it tobacco? What is it? And so you're exactly right, Supervisor. Not only did it cause this primary effect, but the secondary effects is it's created a very cool, hip, easy to conceal mechanism for people to transport narcotics and to continue to use them in a way that nobody would even be suspicious. So, it's one thing somebody whips out a bong or a joint, everybody knows what they're doing, but when you can do it like this and nobody can even see, it's just another way for people to use a substance in public settings or in more heavily trafficked areas. And it's made it much easier for narcotics to be used and transported in. So you're exactly right. It has a primary effect, and a secondary effect is it's the traditional black market items that we deal with and fight every day have a new mechanism. So I have yet to find a benefit of this product. So thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Well, I think we've heard consensus from this board that we do want to move forward. We want to have staff come back with some specific recommendations, that if we're going to do some stakeholder outreach, we want it to be done quickly and efficiently. We don't want it to appear to be an exclusionary process, but from my standpoint, I would like to see a ban, and I do think we need to move forward with this as quickly as possible. Does everybody want to one-on-one weigh in on this so that staff has clear direction?
Yeah, absolutely. This is the worst thing. I've seen it everywhere. Coffee shops, bars, everybody's doing it, and it's hard because it smells so good. I smelled it, and it's very appetizing. For a young adult, I could see it. So I would love to ban it. Anything we can do to stop this, because it's an epidemic, I think.
Supervisor Patty?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Based on the lengthy conversation, I don't see any plus side to including any element. If we allow 21 and above or 25 and above, we know that we're going to get people getting somebody else to buy it, and there doesn't seem to be a mechanism of preventing that. We're not seeing any health benefits of people alternating from smoking cigarettes to weaning off of by using the vaping. I'm in favor of an outright ban, and I agree with our district attorney when she says that we need to take action. I'm having community outreach and listening to vendors who, we want it to be, we'd send a message that there's no more vaping allowed until such time, and I would make this an motion after hearing from the rest of the supervisors. But I would, I wrote down and maybe advise from county council how to do this, but ban all sales of vaping product until such time that the product and retailers can substantiate parameters and responsible controls and practices and safe uses. So, and I don't think any element of sales or use is going to fit any one or three of those. So I would make that an emotion. But again, looking to hear from the rest of the supervisors, if somebody wants to second that emotion, I think we need to go forward with a ban. So that's my thought on it.
I think what I understood on the recommendation is staff and county council are looking for direction so that they can come back with specific language. So you're not actually looking for a motion today, you're looking for direction from the board, is that correct?
Or could we take a motion?
Certainly we can take a motion from the board, but direction, I think from what Public Health was looking for, their proposal was to engage with the stakeholders and then come back to the board with further recommendations on whether it's an out-and-out ban or, but to gather that information and bring it back. If it's the board's direction, the board has specific ideas of what they want us to do, then we certainly want to hear that information.
So just as to follow up, I am making a motion to outright ban it. The rest of the board may not want to and may not even get seconded, but I do not see any outreach to retailers for their feedback to establish any parameter that would allow us to think that this is now safe because they've put in an ID check and they're going to sell to only 21-year-olds. So I'd make a motion to outright ban it. However, we could facilitate that. But that would be a motion if anybody wants to second it.
If I could also add, in San Francisco, the city and county, their ordinance was specific. They banned all products, vaping products that were not FDA approved. Currently, there are no FDA approved products.
Thank you. Nice.
Well, I understand Supervisor Patty's impatience. I would agree, but I think one of the problems that I have, and just from past experience, is there's nobody here. We got a letter from a organization in regards to their concerns about it. And I think, in all fairness, for those who would disagree with the position of this board, they should at least have the opportunity to appear and state their case before we make a final decision on this ordinance, because if we went ahead, I'm not saying we would, but if we went ahead and passed an ordinance prohibiting or prohibiting these products, I'm sure, and I'll defer to county council, I'm sure there'd be a lot of people who would complain that, that the agendized item was not to pass an ordinance. It was basically to follow up. That's why I don't think there's anybody here from that fuel organization to state their case.
Through the chair, Supervisor Wynn's point, the action today, even if the direction is to develop a ban, is the action today would not be the effect of adopting an ordinance. We would still have to go develop that ordinance, bring it board. There'd be an introduction and waive reading, and then it would come back at a subsequent meeting for actual adoption. So there would be 2 more opportunities for community input and opportunity to weigh in on a ordinance.
And Madam Chair, that would be my motion, is to follow the process for a ban.
Well, I guess my question is, what specifically? There's a variety of ways to prohibit these products. We could prohibit it just for underage, under 21. We could prohibit it for all ages. I think there was a statement made earlier that it would apply to all flavor. We're talking about e-cigarettes, those types of things for vaping, but there's also the tobacco component, which is flavored tobacco, which is also designed, as I understand from the district attorney, designed to attract youth to smoking, to regular cigarettes and not vaping. So the question arises is if are we adopting an ordinance or presenting an ordinance that would prohibit all flavored, like the ordinances like in Alameda and others that say, that all products with except a pure tobacco are prohibited to be sold in the unincorporated area. Is that
right?
Is that
I think you would have to be very clear as to whether you are banning all flavored tobacco products, all flavored vaping products, or all vaping products. So there's different ways that you could word it, and you'd have to be quite clear on that.
Okay.
The way I understand Supervisor Patty's proposal is that he would ban all vaping products.
Correct.
But not tobacco flavored products.
If it's vapable, it's bannable.
Right. If you're banning all vaping products, you mean you're vaping all of these cartridges, refillable pods, mods, tanks, anything that could be vaped, so that would include all flavors, including menthol and tobacco flavors. But you would not be banning any flavored products that are not vaped. So cigarettes, cigars would not be included.
Or chew.
Or
chewing tobacco.
Yes.
Yeah, my understanding is even flavored tobacco is an incentive, or at least a temptation for youth.
Yes, so banning all flavored tobacco products is the most comprehensive, because even little cigarillos, chew that are flavored are also enticing as well.
Right.
So that's basically what we're here today to talk about is how do we, prevent this from occurring, certainly in our youth and possibly from other aspects for the adults, as far as using the vaping as a alternative to cessation of smoking.
Right.
Okay.
Mr. Elliott?
I agree that we need to proceed down the path here. We should follow our procedure. And I think that the recommendation that was made is the one that we should direct staff to follow. And that is direct public health services to engage and perform the appropriate research and come back with the best legislative option to allow for protecting the health and well-being of our county's youth. Based on the discussion here today, it sure sounds like that best option is going to be a ban on vaping products. But I think we do need to not short-circuit the process here and make sure that we have gone through the process that we normally do when we're coming up with an ordinance here at the county level.
I agree, and I I would like to see some recommendations. Supervisor Patty's motion is all vaping products, but I would like to see some feedback on the more inclusive ban on all flavored tobacco products. I'd like to see what that would look like and what the ramifications of that would be. So I agree with Supervisor Elliott and Supervisor Wynn. I think we should go through this process, but I don't want this to be a long, drawn out, year-long process. I think we should move on this quickly. We clearly have a need for some sort of ordinance, and that definitely appears to be the desire of this board. So I'd like to narrow it as to how expansive is that ban going to be. I think we should make that decision.
And Madam Chair, given that time is of the essence, after the stakeholder process, should we bring in coordination with County Council and the District Attorney a model ordinance or a recommendation at the next step?
I would be comfortable seeing a model ordinance. I think that shortens the process and gets something to us quickly. And I would like to see that. How does the board feel?
I agree.
Yes?
I agree.
I'm fine with that.
Okay.
Yeah. I'd like to request that it's put on a schedule where there's a light day so that Supervisor Wynn has his 5 hours of questioning and review to slice and dice and share his insights and information and ask multiple questions. Thank you.
Okay. So you have direction? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board.
Thank you.
Okay, County Council, would you like to announce closed session because we're going to have...
Yes. Before we go into closed session, Council is requesting that the board add a closed session agenda item for initiation of litigation, 2 cases under Government Code 54956.9C. Under the Brown Act allows the addition of items to the agenda when in cases of an emergency or as here in cases where immediate action is necessary. In this instance, there is a good possibility that the county will need to obtain a restraining order against potentially both SEIU and the CNA to prevent strikes or to address issues related to strikes with SEIU affecting the Registrar of Voters Office and CNA obviously with affecting the hospital. We've asked for commitment by SEIU, but to date have not received clear commitment that any strike would not affect the Registrar of Voters Office. The need for such an action did not arise until actually we got the latest update this very morning. And that was after, of course, the agenda had posted. This does require a 2/3 vote to approve placing the item on the agenda, and then we'll discuss it further in closed session if you like to place it on the agenda.
Okay, then I'm looking for a motion from the board to add this item to the closed session agenda.
Move to add the item to the agenda.
Oh, second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Cast your votes.
Madam Chair, you'll need to take a voice vote on this because I don't have anything for you to vote on in
All right.
the program.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? All right, that passes on 5-0.
The board will meet in closed session on the items listed on the agenda with the addition of the initiation of litigation. There are no announcements expected coming out of closed. Let me correct that. There may be announcements coming out of closed session.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, we'll head in and I will ask the clerk to notify our applicants for the Port Commission. May be delayed, so we'll. Thank you.
Hello, can I get everybody's attention for a minute? Sorry. Thank you all so much for waiting. The board members are just about done with closed session. While they were in closed session, they decided what they want to do for the interviews. We're going to have one applicant at a time in the boardroom. The other 5 applicants are going to wait in the CAO's office. When the first applicant has completed all of their questions, they'll sit down and we'll go get the second applicant to come in and do the questions. So we are going to do it one at a time, one applicant in the boardroom at a time. We're still going to use a random order that I have. So about 2:30, the board members will come back in, and I'll ask the 6 applicants to go across the hall into the CAO's office and have a seat, and then we will get you and bring you over when it's time to answer the questions, okay? Yes. Yeah, if you want a water, please. These are for the applicants, so if there's an applicant that wants some water, please. And there's restrooms down the hall, out the lobby, and there are drinking fountains back there as well. And we really appreciate your patience and coming in. Diane, I don't know, did you hear what I was saying? Oh, that's okay. The applicants are going to be asked the questions individually. So all of the applicants are going to wait over in the CAO's office, and then one applicant will be brought over to respond to the questions. Okay? Are there any other questions from any of the applicants? Okay.
We're going to go ahead and call this to order. This is a special afternoon session of the Board of Supervisors to fill two positions on the Stockton Port Commission. So at this point, I'm going to turn it over to the clerk of the board to briefly explain the process, and then we're going to get right into it.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon. Today, the board will be conducting public interviews of the 6 candidates for the 2 Stockton Port Commission positions, number 6101.1 for a 4-year term, and position number 6101.3 for the unexpired term. As detailed in the board letter, these 6 candidates were selected from 21 applications following the submittal of a questionnaire and participation on an interview panel that consisted of the County Administrator Monica Nino, County Counsel Mark Miles, and SJCOG Executive Director Andrew Chesley. And I wanted to thank all 3 of them for their participation in such short notice. And I especially wanted to thank all of the applicants who participated in this process and for coming together so quickly and doing everything that we asked. So for today, as I've briefly explained to the applicants, we're going to ask that they leave the room. We'll have 1 applicant at a time, have an opening statement. We have 4 questions that we will be provided on the board. Each applicant will have 2 minutes to provide an opening statement and respond to the 4 questions that we have, and then they can take a seat, and our staff will go over and get the next applicant. We have a random order that we've selected the applicants to conduct the interviews. The first one that we have on the list today is Peter Johnson, and then I'm going to ask staff to escort the other 5 applicants over to the CAO's office.
Thank you. I want to make sure it's clear to the applicants. You'll have a 2-minute opening statement and then 2 minutes for each question, not 2 minutes for the whole thing. Okay?
Fast.
That would be very, very brief answers. So,
Madam Chair, just for clarity, so we got the questions that are ahead of us, and then if we have our own questions, is there time allotted for that?
I'm sorry. So at the very conclusion of the 4 questions of all the applicants, they'll be in the room, and then it'll be up to the board to ask any follow-up questions,
Okay,
have your discussion, and then once you're ready to do the ballot, I'll go over that process for you guys at that time.
Great.
And also, each of you have a notepad in front of you so you can take notes, and the questions that are going to be asked are there before you.
okay, thank you. So we'll go ahead and excuse all of our applicants except for Mr. Johnson.
And once the applicants are over at the CAO's office, then we'll put up the questions. Okay, Mr. Johnson, if you want to come up to the podium and go ahead and give your 2-minute opening statement. At the conclusion, we'll have the questions up for you, and we'll do them one at a time. At the conclusion of your opening statement, then we'll put the questions up, and you can go through them one at a time.
Good afternoon. Much for taking time out to let us all present to you today. You've got some good candidates, so I don't envy being in the position you're in. I think, like most of the candidates today, we're all qualified on the business level, on the business side. I've got, like most of the candidates, we have business degrees, we've been on boards, we've done all the community service things. I think what I would like to share with you briefly in my opening is just a little bit about what makes me maybe a little bit different. I have a unique perspective. 25 years ago, I started off with the Chamber and the City of Stockton running their Business Incubator program. The program was designed to create jobs. It was to create an environment using facilities, warehouse space, to bring in businesses, help them grow, help them prosper, and help them add to the tax base and create a stronger economic engine for the county and the city. I don't see the Port of Stockton that much different. It's just a much bigger scale. I think what I've been doing over the last 25 years with that, with working with organizations to help them figure out what is the value they add, how can they be more, create more value for their customers, add to their markets, and grow and be prosperous. I think that's something that I bring that I've spent 25 years doing at the University of Pacific.
Oh, no.
Here comes the questions.
Yeah. Okay, Mr. Johnson, you'll have 2 minutes for each question. If you want to begin with the first question, please share your interest in the Port of Stockton and your qualifications to serve as a commissioner.
Okay. My interest in the Port of Stockton, I am a big believer in giving back to your community. My goal is in life is that I think it's important that everybody is successful in however they define that. But I think once we go beyond success, it's important to have an impact. And for me, impact means leaving your community a little bit better behind it. And so for me, that means volunteering and getting involved in different opportunities. I've been involved with the Planning Commission. I've sat on LAFCO, actually I think with everybody in this room. I've sat on LAFCO, so I've been involved in a number of different areas of county government. And I see being on the Port Commission as an extension of that. An opportunity to maybe use some of my experience a little bit more as it comes to helping an organization grow and prosper and continue to have success. As far as my qualifications, I mentioned I've got education, master's degree, master's in business, a business degree in marketing, management and marketing. And I've been working with organizations for years on how to figure out what are the opportunities out there, how do we create value, and how do we make sure that we have a competitive advantage. What can the Port do to engage with the citizens of Stockton, San Joaquin County? I think the Port's done a lot of great things. Everybody knows about the owl boxes. The owl boxes were a great step. I think with the business community, hosting the State of the City out at the Port was a major coup. It got business leaders out there, got elected officials out there. It got people to see the Port in a whole different level, and different light. And I would anticipate that doing more of those types of activities to bring in more of the community, more of the stakeholders. And maybe there's some activities. I know that there's the port director does a great job of running the boats up and down, and I know we've had some Boy Scouts that have participated in that. There's more activities like that that can get citizens more engaged with the port, and I think that's critical so that they understand that this jewel that we have, that we see when we go up and down the crosstown freeway, this jewel that sits over there that nobody else in the Central Valley has. It's one of our unique, distinctive features with the port and our county and our community. It's something we need to share more, and we need to get our citizens more aware of all the value, all the opportunities that are out there. What have been the significant challenges the port has had to address, and how do you plan to meet these challenges? Well, the port's had a lot of success. The biggest challenge I see with the port right now, there's continual dredging, there's environmental issues, there's I think one of the bigger ones is marketing. We've got this, I mentioned, this crown jewel of our community, and outside of this greater region, there are a lot of people that don't know about Stockton. They don't know that we have this phenomenal port. If you were to create a port and start from scratch and put it next to an interstate that runs from Mexico to Canada, put it next to in one of the largest economies in the world, have two major rail lines come through it, we've got this phenomenal resource in this this treasure here that we need to market and get out to the community, out to the world. Besides that, I think the other big challenge that the port faces is that they've been successful. And successful sometimes can breed stagnation. And so I think rather than sort of sit back and say, hey, we're doing great, everything's going well, we've had, double-digit growth, we've almost doubled in size over the last decade, instead of just sitting back, I think it's important to say, what else? What else can we do? How do we grow? How do we diversify? How do we do other things like the long rail? What a brilliant entrepreneurial activity. Something like that. What are other opportunities out there? Is there anything further you'd like the board to consider before a decision is made on this appointment? I think I've spent my career, and again, I've sat on boards with all of you, we've interacted, so I'm not up here saying anything you haven't witnessed, hopefully. Hopefully you're not disagreeing with everything that's coming out of my mouth, but we've sat on boards. I'm a people person. I'm a relationship person. I am about staying focused to the cause of the board, making sure everybody gets an opportunity to present their ideas, being respectful, but also challenging, making sure that we're not just following the status quo, that we're looking at new opportunities, that we're encouraging everybody, if we've got 5 people or 7 or 9 on our board, making sure everybody's getting an opportunity to participate because everybody's got something to contribute. And we need to take advantage of that. We need to operate in a way that builds partnerships not only with the board, but with other entities around the state, around the country, and around the world to create opportunities for the port, this great crown jewel that we have. All right.
You're great. Thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson.
Do we want to, I was under the impression we were going to do questions of the candidates at the very end. We'll call them up if we have questions, unless the board would prefer to do it as each candidate is here.
As each candidate's here so that everybody's not cross-listening to answers.
Okay, sure. Mr. Johnson, Supervisor Patty has a follow-up question for you.
If anybody else does,
Yes.
A couple questions that are specific to the port. Do you know what the stevedore company that's servicing the port at this time? Are you familiar with that company or the contracts and agreements?
The steam?
Stevedore.
No.
Okay. Their contracts are up for renewal every 3 years. So I was just curious if you're aware and participating in that. As a board, you'll be participating in that process. Define for me your role as a port commissioner as it relates to being on that commission in relation to your job tasks.
In relation to what?
Your job tasks.
Okay. The role of being on the commission is to, number one, there's a fiduciary responsibility to make sure that the board, that the organization, that the port director is doing what they're supposed to be doing. So part of it is to help set direction. It's to help set the vision. It's to help make sure that we're moving from point A to point B. And in many organizations, it's making sure that we have a point B, that we understand where we want to go. The other big part of the role is to make sure that we are measuring the success of the executive director, of the port director in this particular case, and making sure that they're doing what they need to be doing. But it's not to do, sometimes there's confusion and people want to get into the operational side of it. It's not to get hands-on. It's basically to help set big picture. It's to help bounce ideas off of the port director and say, what if? Why can't we do this? What about this? It's to be the champion out in the community for the port and promote it, whether it's at the state of the city or in D.C. for One Voice or whatever it may be, to help build those relationships.
Another follow-up question on that. The port has multiple modes of business happening. Where do you see the values, and can you define the best revenue sources for the port?
I think I would encourage the Port Commission and the port to look at more transformational types of opportunities than transactional. Meaning that rather than how do we make this and increase this by 5 or 10%, what types of opportunities are out there that aren't even on our radar? What's somebody doing in Long Beach or Seattle or Virginia or somewhere else that has some kind of an opportunity where they figured out, hey, this is a great opportunity for us to add value, bring in shippers, and create partnerships with potentially other countries. I think we need to look for some of those opportunities.
Excellent, thank you. And lastly, as a port commissioner, it'll be oftentimes required, and are you able to travel internationally? That's a big challenge and a big demand.
I am.
For all trips, all demands, you have a flexible enough schedule?
All trips, if it's my wedding anniversary, probably, but I'd have to check. But yes.
Great. Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you. Are there any other questions at this time? Supervisor Wynn? Supervisor Elliott, go ahead.
Yes, hello, Mr. Johnson. In your questionnaire, where you were talking about areas where the port could improve, you mentioned the Marine Highway, which had been an idea several years ago that was tried. Do you have any thoughts on reviving that or any particular ideas on how something like that could work better?
I am not going to stand up in here and presume that I am more intelligent than the board and the commissioners. I don't know. No, I don't. The short answer is no. But I think that there's an opportunity. Sometimes that's a timing issue where you get ahead of the curve on something and the market just isn't there. My understanding was we just couldn't get shippers to participate in it. And so maybe it's a timing issue. Maybe there's something else going on. Maybe it's looking for a couple of key partnerships. But I don't have any specific ideas.
Okay. And then just following along there, you also mentioned using the Tracy Depot as a potential for growth. Just was curious what your thoughts were along those lines.
I think there's opportunities. I think there's opportunities for growth there. I wouldn't suggest jumping ship and start focusing on something else until a little bit more space is occupied. I think there's still 600 or so acres at the port. So I think there's a little bit of time here. I also recognize that it's going to take a long time, more than likely, for that whole process to take place. I think that with the distribution channels, there's an opportunity there. What that looks like right now, I don't know. But I think it's one of those things you have to look at and say, here's an opportunity. Now we've got this tremendous resource. And anybody who's been out there, that is a massive, massive property. And the warehouse space and, again, the distribution over the hill over to the Bay Area, I don't know what the opportunities are right now. But I think it's something that we need to start asking that question, what could it be? And look around for other places, whether it's in California, the U.S., or outside of the U.S., who's doing something? Who's transferred something like this, and what does it look like?
Are you talking about the Tracy Depot or the Sharp Depot?
I was talking about Tracy Depot.
Tracy Depot. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Supervisor Wynn?
Madam Chair, there are two major components to the port. Could you tell me what they are?
Two major proponents?
Components. Elements.
Well, shipping, I would guess shipping and warehousing.
It's kind of an unfair question, but you're right. Shipping is one. Obviously, the tonnage goes up exponentially every year, so they're doing a great job. The other one is real estate.
Yes.
And you did talk about that actually in your application. So my question would be is from your vantage point, which would you see is the more important or valuable, and how would you address that as a port commissioner?
Well, I think from the real estate part of it, you're going to be creating more local jobs, more sustainable long-term jobs. I think part of it also is that you could create some environments there that, getting back to the incubator idea, and I don't know what, again, I think there's a lot of questions that need to be asked, but I think one thing is, what kind of community space could we create over there, provide the right types of resources, the right types of tools, services, whatever it may be, to attract certain industries to come there, and the port's already started doing that. But what other things could be done, and how do we diversify a little bit? Because if shipping goes down for whatever reason, luckily tariffs didn't take off, they weren't as bad as we had thought they might be. But if had been, and all of a sudden shipping dropped way down, what sustainable things are going on at the port? And I think that gets back to the real estate. What types of businesses are we promoting there? What are we trying to grow there? And I think looking at what are some clusters of industries that we could attract with certain services, with transportation modes, whatever it may be, what are some of those opportunities?
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Johnson.
We will bring in the next applicant, which will be Steve Doherty. Good afternoon, Mr. Doherty. You'll have 2 minutes for an opening statement, and when you're finished, we'll display the 4 questions, and then you'll have 2 minutes for each question. Okay?
Great, thank you. Madam Chair, Supervisors, thank you very much. I was born and raised in Stockton. I am committed to this area, and I love living and working here. Went to school, of course, locally, and even spent some time at Delta College, which is a gem of a community college. Went off to San Diego to finish college, decided to come back and work with the largest CPA firm in San Joaquin County. So I am committed here, and as well, in about a year and a half, our kids are going to be, all 3 of them are going to be away at college, and I want this area to be a place that they want to come back to, so I'm willing to do anything and everything I can to make this a better community. Secondly is volunteer work. I've been a volunteer since 7th grade, always being involved in community and giving back. And through my professional life, I've spent at least 2 to 3 different places that I've been in the community through organizations. But first and foremost, my skills, which I've acquired over the last 35 years as a CPA, I want to use those skills on the Port Commission to help them succeed and survive and to continue.
Thank you. Beginning with the first question, you'll have 2 minutes to respond.
Pardon me?
Beginning with the first question, you will have 2 minutes to respond.
Thank you. My interest in the port, as I shared, is to see it continue. My qualifications, I've had a chance to port director and as well quiz him and quiz some of the commissioners and ask them what are they looking for in the next port commissioner. And I keep hearing the same thing. We're looking for a numbers person. Well, that's exactly what I am, and I'm certified at it. So I plan on using my skills from creating financials to creating budgets to providing business advisory services to performing audits. I expect to use all those skills in overseeing the port and help them continue to survive. If I thought that the port was looking for another attorney or another banker, I wouldn't be in front of you right now. But that's not the case. They're looking for a numbers person, and that's exactly me.
Question?
I think the port is doing a very good job at engaging the citizens of San Joaquin County and Stockton. You see them quite often in the community, at community functions. You see them marketing to our community, sharing what's importing and exporting. So I think they're very successful at engaging the citizens in San Joaquin County. But foremost is employing them. So if they can have more jobs available for our county, so much the better. And I think that they can get more jobs for our area, and that would include everything from, if they're successful in taking over Sharp Army Depot, they can just double in size. They've been successful at it with Rough and Ready Island, and they can do the same thing again. Significant challenges of the port. Definitely, dredging is a yearly, almost yearly occurrence, and they have systems in place to meet those challenges. But then as well, economically, and now with tariffs, that's going to be a big challenge for them, and hopefully that they're going to concentrate on their marketing plan, and hopefully they have a crystal ball to look into for the economy. But the Marine Highway, I think, is a project that definitely is a challenge for them, and I think time will tell. I think it may have been a project before its time. If 205 and 580 become impacted, everybody's going to want to use a Marine Highway. So I think time will tell. And then finally, again, the biggest challenge, again, if they are able to acquire Sharp Army Depot, that's going to be a huge challenge, but then it's a huge opportunity. And they've been successful at that in the past. Anything further that I'd like to share? I'm not a board setter. I've been striving in the organizations that I've joined, nonprofits, to typically be either chair, vice chair, or treasurer. So I've risen to those occasions. I feel like the port is the pinnacle for volunteerism for a business person in our community. So, if you're looking for a numbers person like the director is and other commissioners, I'm your person, and I'd appreciate your support.
Thank you. That concludes
Thank you.
4 questions.
Hang on one sec. We have any questions from the board for Mr. Doherty? Supervisor Wynn?
There are 2 major components or elements to the port. Could you name them?
Pardon me?
2 major components to the port. Could you tell me what they are?
Import and export?
Well, that's one. It's shipping. The other one's real estate.
Yes, it is. Well, and thank you, because that's half of their revenue.
So my question would be is of those 2, which would you feel would be the most important, and how would you address that in regards to improving it as it currently exists?
Good question. Again, if they're successful in acquiring Sharp Army Depot, it's going to be real estate, definitely, because they're just going to expand in their real estate area. Real estate actually can, even if they don't get Sharp Army Depot, it can progress. I believe that they could probably get more aggressive in in bringing in more business. More land to be built up, and they could increase their rental revenue by bringing in new business to new properties.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Elliott?
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Doherty.
Good afternoon.
In your response to the questionnaires, you mentioned pursuing a best practices port in comparison to other ports. So how would you determine what the best practices are?
Great question. Comparison with other ports, and I like to open up the opportunity as wide as possible, so comparing our port with ports across the world and seeing which ones are producing better than Stockton and why is it, and addressing that, researching it, and seeing if Stockton can do the same thing.
All right, thank you. And then you mentioned acquiring Sharp Depot several times. What role would you anticipate that, or what benefit do you anticipate that would bring to the port to acquire that additional land?
The advantage that it would provide is, well, let me give you an example. Before the port had Rough and Ready Island, they were making about $10,000 profit per year, and that was 20 years ago. Last year, they made about $9 million profit, net profit. So that's a 90,000% increase over those 20 years. That's extraordinary. And that is the direct result of acquiring Rough and Ready Island. If they can do that same thing with Sharp Army Depot, why couldn't they double their numbers again?
Okay. What type of activities, though, would you envision happening over on Sharp Depot?
That is a very complicated question. and I'd love to try to answer it for you. In my mind, there's a couple of different ways at looking at opportunities. One by going across the nation and looking at what other governmental organizations that have acquired, organizations that have acquired governmental properties, what they've done to best use that property. So that's on one side, and then secondly, I would say looking outside the box and brainstorming what best uses would there be for that property, and then seeing which group had the best ideas for that property. So I know it sounds like a complicated answer, but it is a complicated question as well. You don't even have to look as far as McClellan Air Force Base to see what they've done with their acquired property, and they've done quite a job with it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Patty?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let's see, there's fees that are associated with the shipping, and we have a local stevedore company. Mm-hmm. And are you familiar with that process and how those fees are charged?
I am. They are negotiated and with the port, and they're going to be in charge of the longshoremen. And I'm very familiar with the longshoremen. I've been their CPA for the last 20 years, so I've advised them on their financials and their taxes. They're a great group of people. They have great paying jobs. And I've built up a wonderful relationship with the union officials.
Okay, thank you. Can you define the Port Commission's job? What would your responsibilities be if you were to be appointed as a Port Commissioner?
As a Port Commissioner, I see it almost exactly like a board of director at any type of a business corporation. So we would be in charge of oversight for the director, Mr. Acheris, and we would provide oversight over him, basically like setting policy for the port and making sure that it happened, as well as review of the port director and if there was ever any need for hiring.
Okay. Let's see, I got a couple of questions here. Can you identify an ideal tenant out at the port?
One that has enormous sums of money that doesn't care how much rent is.
What other virtues?
It wouldn't hurt to have a diversified type of group of tenants so that you weren't stuck into one type of group. Similar to, even in investing, to be diversified. So if you had certain tenants that were using more rail or certain tenants that were using more port access, so much the better. But there should be some sort of a diversity to, separate the potential risks.
And that is actually, you named, Supervisor Wynn had asked of the two. There's leases and there's shipping, but there's also rail use and fees. So there's another revenue source there.
Right.
Thank you. Last question. As a port commissioner, are you able to travel internationally? As there's been times in the past where they've had a problem for commissioners to be able to travel and meet those international needs.
Should be no problem at all. Even though I'm running a very successful CPA firm, I've surrounded myself with great people, and they help me run my business. So they allow me to work on my business more than I work in it. So that's not a problem.
So you're available?
Yes.
Okay. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Others? Thank you, Mr. Doherty. You can take a seat.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll bring in our next applicant is Diane Correa.
Hi.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Thank you, Ms. Correa. You'll have 2 minutes for an opening statement. At the conclusion of your opening statement, there will be 4 questions displayed on the board. You'll have 2 minutes for each question. So go ahead with your opening statement.
Thank you. I'm delighted to be here today. I see this as an opportunity. All of my adult career has been built on bringing viable entities and creating jobs and buildings and big projects throughout our area. And it's my wheelhouse, and I'm really comfortable doing it. And I think there's a lot of opportunities working at the port. I can give you a cited example involved in the Costco shopping center here in town. It was a drive-in theater when I started, and we took that, and when you go through projects like this, there's a lot of agencies that you have to work through. You need to have an engineer, an architect, lawyers, and so in creating a team that develops these projects, they take a long time, a lot of thought, and a lot of reaching out to a lot of entities, and so that's been my comfort zone and what I'd like to be able to share with the port.
Thank you. I'll now display the questions and beginning with the first question and then moving on through the remaining questions. Please share your interest in the Port of Stockton and your qualifications to serve as Commissioner.
Oh, and inadvertently, I've already answered some of it. Some of the other thing I think I bring is that I've been involved in community events and have found myself working to bring people together. Part of what I've done is bringing people that have different mindsets, different goals, and the ability to have them communicate and get along and try to find a solution to problems and create a harmonious situation with numerous groups. And I think that's one of the qualities. I love this community. I've been involved in nonprofits for quite a few years, my Rotary, and then more recently, I'm one of the board that's trying to bring back our Boys and Girls Club to the city of Stockton. So I think the ability to engage people and to work together is one of those. I think that, as I already said, bringing different organizations, making them aware, I think that the board already has brought a lot of recognition and worked a lot with community. Miguel has brought in into the mobile dental program, and there's just so many things that can be enriched and a cross-blending of virtues that this port has with our community, making children aware, bringing out schools. I think that Liz Blanchard has done a lot in helping the recognition of the value to the port and creating situations where they work together, the farming program. I think there's a lot of things that I would like to become more engaged in doing that. Number 3, one of the things that I know that is coming up is that there are areas of the port that aren't developed. There's 50 acres in the port, there's another 55 acres, and there's 60 acres out at Roberts Island. Plus, it's not done, but we feel very strongly that the Sharp Army Depot would be a huge asset to bring more, to add to the shipping by having that attribute and to allow more of the port to grow within that. So I think that's one of the things that my history of negotiating and finding and bringing people together, I think that's something that would be that is a challenge for the port, and it's something that I think I can be of assistance with. I think another concern, number 4, is there anything further? I think if I were appointed to this, I have the energy and the drive and the ability to seek people out. One of the things that I've done in my history was I worked for Albertsons, and that was my job, was to travel around the United States. And when they had a problem with a piece of property, not sure what to do, that was my assignment. I would go out to wherever that property was, evaluate what it was, and figure out how can we make it better, what are we going to do. And I think that's something you might consider as an attribute to me being on the Port Commission.
Thank you. Any questions from the board? Supervisor Elliott.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Ms. Correa.
Hi. Thank you.
You mentioned Sharp Army Depot and how that would be a good acquisition for the port. So what type of activity would you envision occurring there, and what type of use would you see the port making of it?
Well, ideally, it's to have users that would use the port for their sustaining their business operations. They don't have to be right at the port. We also have rail that has been a big attribute to the port, but that having bringing more users that can utilize the port and increase the activity there. I mean, since 2010, you've had $77 million worth of tax revenues brought to our area by the port, and I think that will enhance that element, more jobs, and that's a big value to the port. And by having that area, there's already 10,000 jobs at the port, and I think that would be increased with the Sharp Army Depot. So the whole area would be enhanced.
Okay, you also mentioned bringing in reliable revenue streams. Would you see Sharp Depot playing a role in that?
Oh, absolutely. Because you're going to have viable entities that are going to be working out of there. I don't specifically know exactly which ones, can't name what would be, but there's a huge opportunity to bring more users in that would utilize the port. And therein, it's just a natural progress of having jobs and revenues generated from their use.
Thank you.
Supervisor Wynn?
Thank you, Madam Chair. There are two elements to the port. Could you tell me what they are?
Two elements?
Two components?
Probably the management and the land, and then the port itself, the vehicles and ships, the rail, and so those would be the two. There's ongoing things that are required by the port to sustain its viability, and that's dredging. That's a huge element and needs to be constantly, it's the lifeline for the port to reach out to the rest of the world. So that's something the shipping part of it is a part of that. And then the land and the industrial land there. So those would be, I think, the two strongest components. There's rail. Some of the things that have been done to enhance the port in the last few years, the bridge crossing, finding better ways to utilize the land and reinforce the levees with that land that's dredged up. When it's brought up, it is environmentally safe. So you've got an opportunity to increase habitats, environments along the levees. So I don't know. I'm not sure that totally answers your question. But.
Well, actually, you probably answered the question a couple of times already with your previous answers. So are you familiar with the Nautilus project at the port?
The Nautilus program?
Yes.
No.
Okay, that's okay. It's a database, data center.
Oh, I thought you, okay, never mind.
No, that's okay. So, all right, thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Patty?
Thank you. Can you define and describe what the commissioner's job would be on a regular basis?
To be aware of what, to know what's going on, research the different opportunities. This is an exciting time in the world right now with all the new AI and technology and robotics and things, but to be able to use them and enhance the part, finding new technology, but respecting the unions and maintaining their situation, increasing jobs that would enhance their environment. So I think there's a lot of research that needs to be done. It isn't something that you could haphazardly, yes, no kind of thing. I think you're going to be on an ongoing basis having to research what's the best thing and what are the opportunities, what's out there, and then researching it. So I think a lot of that is required for this.
Okay. Could you share with me who you might think would be an ideal tenant out at the port? What type of tenant would you want? And not specifically of industry or anything, but just who would be a great fit?
We already have the liquid fertilizers, and it's a bulk port.
Mm-hmm.
So and in the Central Valley, we are an ideal link for all the fertilizers and the concrete. They already have had a very successful. The grains that are being, right now, it's a huge opportunity for all the different grains that are popular, and people are into that sort of thing, and healthy foods and that sort of thing. So I think reaching out to more of those kinds of entities and businesses would be the ideal.
Okay, excellent.
Yeah.
Thank you. And can you define maybe the relationship with the stevedore services out at the port and the fees associated with them?
Oh, without the stevedores and the longshoremen, that it wouldn't function. I mean, it's absolutely essential to the success of that port that you have them working in harmony with what the port's trying to achieve. And so that's a lifeline to that port. So I think making sure that you're respecting their situation and their needs, it'd be a very important aspect of the Port Commission.
Okay, and do you know how the stevedores are compensated?
Well, as I understand it, each one of the jobs, there are people on staff that evaluate what each job is going to be paid. And it's an ongoing thing based on the prevailing rates, and I think I know the unions are involved. So, but what the actual rates are at this moment, I really couldn't tell you.
Okay, and not that you should.
That's how they're established.
I wouldn't know.
And each commodity is different.
Okay, thank you. And then lastly, how's your schedule for travel, international travel? That's oftentimes a demand for the commissioners to be able to travel internationally, and if the availability is in some way hampered, it might be difficult for that position.
I'm self-employed, and so I can pretty much make my own arrangements and deal with that. It's something that I do now. We go to different conferences for my business, and we go out and, when I brought Walgreens to the city, I had to literally get on a plane and fly out there and sit in their office until I could convince them to come to Stockton. So that's not intimidating at all. I did that at Albertsons, and it's something that I'm accustomed to doing and look forward to it. Love people, love meeting with people and doing that, so that would be fine.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. You can have a seat.
All right, thank you.
The next applicant will be William Trezza. Good afternoon, Mr. Trezza. You'll have 2 minutes for an opening statement, and at the conclusion of your opening statement, we will have 4 questions on the board, and you'll have 2 minutes to answer each of the 4 questions. So please proceed with your opening statement.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. I would tell you that this is a position that I've pretty much wanted to get to alter my career when I was working here in Stockton. And I elected to wait till I retired because I understand there's a lot of commitments and committees with the port, and I just wanted to have the freedom to do it right. When I first drove to town, one of the first things I saw was a sign, Port of Stockton, and it kind of helped me decide to start my career here with the bank because the port is, having grown up in northern Jersey in the shadow of Port Newark and Port New York, I learned how valuable, how much a business asset ports are, how much more activity they generate. I think I'd be I see that clock running. I think I'd be a good candidate for several reasons. I'll speak in the context of the Port Commissioner's responsibilities, the governance and oversight. I've served on a lot of boards. I've been on the bank board. I've formulated a lot of policy. I've followed a lot of policy. I've helped nonprofits with the same thing. Policy covering everything, social issues, financial issues, and whatnot. Oversight. I spent my whole career doing financial analysis of banks as a federal bank regulator, my own bank as a CEO, as an executive officer and CEO of the bank, and thousands of customers who ask for pretty serious business loans. So I'm very comfortable doing financial analysis, which I think would be one of the big oversight functions for the Port Commissioners. Advocacy is another one. I've spent a few trips in Sacramento working on community bank issues. Do I have to stop?
Thank you, Mr. Trezza. Yes, please.
You're going to get to continue. As soon as you see the questions up here, you'll get to pick up your thread.
So beginning with the first question, please share your interest in the Port of Stockton and your qualifications.
You can just keep going.
You tell me. Okay, well, I told you I've always been interested in the port, and I made it a point to go out there a lot. I used to be president of the Commercial Exchange Club. I got to meet the former port director, current port director, always worked closely with the port, actually developed a bit of a business relationship, a depository relationship with the bank, and have always stayed in touch where the port goes, particularly as a banker, because the port usually gets into the better economy or the worst economy before the local economy does because of global issues. So I've always kind of been interested in that. So I talked about my governance and oversight. Advocacy, I've spent the last 10 years at least since Dodd-Frank was enacted, working every year with the Community Bankers of America, going back to Washington, trying to carve out some legislation to relieve some of that burden. So I'm very comfortable walking into Senate and congressional offices and talking about the issues. I would relish the opportunity, once I get my knowledge level up on port operations, to do the same for the port. Did similar kind of work in Sacramento, more on reactionary issues with state issues. And community relations is I look as the third or fourth function of a port commissioner. And I've done dozens of Rotary and Service Club and other group talks about the economy, banking, where our economy went to pot 10 years ago, how it's come back, and I feel very comfortable doing that, and I would much appreciate any opportunities to talk in the community, expose the port to the public, because it's a great asset. Well, they could send me out to talk to the roadies. Actually, the port does a lot. It advertises a lot. It publishes a lot of information. I think, like all other things in this town, people don't pay attention enough, and that's what we have to capture, the interest that people listen to this stuff. The port runs, they have a lot of social programs, which, I call environmental and social, that are pretty active, that get some play. They have the boat tours every summer that get a lot of action. I think the port is doing its job to be known in the public. I think the public, maybe the schools can do something about port awareness where kids start understanding we have a port and what it does for our community. Well, right now, with the economy, every business has challenges, and I would say, certainly the tariffs was a sore point for the port this year. It delayed business, which delays revenue, which you can never catch up. If you lose a month worth of business, it's hard to go back and double it up the next month. I don't see many. I would say the world economy is the biggest threat to the port, because what we do here would produce an agribusiness, whether it's profitable or not, it keeps happening. with the exception of cherry trees who get clobbered, but we produce our crops, we move our product around, we food process it. Some of the ingredients come into the port, some go out. So I don't see our local economy dragging on the port. I'd be more worried about the global economy. What else? What haven't I covered? Well, I told you I've been I think I've said enough. I'll take some questions.
Okay, let's see if we've got some questions for you. Supervisor Patty, we'll start at this side this time.
Thank you much. Let's see. You did already define this, but just highlight for me the Port Commission's job. What's some of those responsibilities you have?
Well, I view, policy development, which obviously the board and the port executives work together to develop. And it's the commissioner's job to monitor port's compliance with its own financial plans, its operating plans, business plans, social environment. Policies cover everything from soup to nuts. So that's the commissioner's job, is to monitor that compliance, and also importantly to understand what's going on with clients or prospective clients, helping analyze is this method better than this? Would this use be better for our facility than another one? And that's just business sense. I think that's a big important role as far as oversight and governance.
Okay. Thank you. Next question would be, could you identify maybe the ideal tenant out at the port? What models of business would be incorporated or utilized at the port?
Well, I see a couple out there that look pretty potent. One has probably permanent life, that's Yara. Yara has this giant cement box, and they just import ag product and move it around. What it doesn't do is there's no production jobs there. But on the other hand, you have the rail assembly, which is that's going to have a long window, and that's a little more job sensitive. It would be nicer to see more, if it makes sense, to draw in people that do assembling and use a lot of labor. The more labor, I think, the better it is for everybody in town, the port, the tenants, us as citizens.
Excellent, thank you. Just a couple more. Can you kind of maybe define, highlight the relationship of a stevedore company in relationship to its job and its function at the port, and that relationship?
Well, I know that they manage the docks for the port. I'm not sure how that is contracted out. That's something I'll have to learn. I presume when contracts are let that there's bidding processes that go on, that the port has the opportunity to look at alternative players at different prices. Other than that, I really couldn't say a lot about that until I learned something on the job.
Understood. And I would know nothing either. Lastly, as a port commissioner, and I know you've alluded to this, but a lot of international travel, and that's an important function for the commissioners to be available, and sometimes in the history that maybe has not always been the case. So is your schedule available for international travel without any restriction or limitation?
I'd say for the most part, there's probably a handful of dates a year where I might be committed to something else, but if the travel dates are set ahead of time, which I assume they are, I would most probably be available, and I would certainly want to take advantage of some of those opportunities to travel and help the port overseas.
Okay, very well. Thank you.
Supervisor Elliott?
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Trezza. In your answers to the questionnaire that was done previously, the part where you talked about where the port can improve. You mentioned these two large cranes that are still out there left over from the Marine Highway days. What would you have in mind for those?
Well, not the scrapyard. I can't really tell you specifically, but when they asked that question, I said there's a puzzle that needs to be solved. It's very valuable equipment. It was designed for the containers. I'm hoping that I did read something that the port was looking at possibly working down at the Sharp, that train traffic could bring containers in, and maybe those cranes could be redeployed over there if it's possible, feasible. But certainly they're very valuable assets, and it would be good to redeploy them productively.
All right. Well, that's a good thought. So you're thinking ahead to Sharp Army Depot as well, in terms of using that as a place where some of the storage could take place.
At storage and, the way I look at it, you could have a big long train coming out of Oakland Port to Stockton, South French Camp, whatever it is, and then have those things reloaded on trailers and then sent all over the country wherever they're going for distribution. It would be in Benefit County. Those trucks are in our county anyway because they're coming through from Oakland. What it would do is it would help with some of the Bay Area road wear and tear, air quality, and things like that by removing a lot of trucks from the congested area and picking up that business here, which is really just passing through, paying gasoline tax for the road use.
Thank you.
Supervisor Wynn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There's two elements or components to the port. Could you tell me what they were?
I'm sorry.
Two major operations, two different operations that the port provides.
Well, it's historical. Its original purpose was to wharfing, receiving foreign trade, free trade zone, and there was other things that went with that, like storage and distribution of fuels and food stuff that came through the old port. And then with the onset of Rough and Ready, then obviously commercial real estate leasing and development for projects out there became another big revenue opportunity.
So which of those two would you find most interesting?
To me, it'd be the wharfing because I don't know a lot about it. I mean, I've financed a lot of commercial real estate, a lot of leases, so that would be fun and interesting, but it wouldn't be as interesting to me as the wharfing side of the business, which I know a little bit about.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you, Mr. Trezza. You can have a seat.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next applicant will be Elizabeth Blanchard. Good afternoon, Ms. Blanchard.
Good afternoon.
We'll start with giving you 2 minutes for an opening statement. At the conclusion of your opening statement, the 4 questions will appear on the board, and then you'll have 2 minutes for each of the questions. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Well, close to being the last, I feel, real anxious, so excuse me if I sound a little rat. But anyway, As we're aware, we live in really interconnected world. And with the overseas trade, over 90% of goods move through ports, and making the shipping industry highly competitive, which makes it even more difficult for a small port such as ours, which is a break bulk port, so that we have competition year-round, and especially when we're talking about different products. We are responsible for 40% of the agricultural product that comes through the ports, and 90% of our products go to support our local farms. So the port is a vital image and a vital role in our county. When we talk about shipping, we also have been able to be granted like $10 to $15 million of grant to help the county improve and enhance our roads, the channel navigation, bridges, which does support private enterprise and private investments in our county. Through these private investment, we bring in $2 billion of money from leases, and then also support the job sustainability of over 1,000 jobs. We have more coming in because of the enhancement that we've provided for private enterprise, so that we're looking at another $1.5 billion. Oh.
Thank you, Ms. Blanchard. That is
That
the
was
2 minutes.
fast. Okay.
We
I
do
didn't
have-
talk about how I add to the port, but I will.
There will be another opportunity as well. The 4 questions will appear on the board here, beginning with the first one. Please share your interest in the Port of Stockton and your qualifications to serve as commissioner.
Yeah, I think my qualification has been sort of like a ambassador for our port, since the port is a vital part of our economy, the foundation of the county, that when I worked with outside community people, which is a very diverse population, I'm able to share with them that they are part owners, they're stakeholders of our port, and makes them proud, so they support our port. And it's important to have community support, because that's part of the grants that we receive. What can I do to engage the citizens? I make presentations. I invite them anytime that they want to view or visit the port. And the significant challenges of the port, I think we have to be more diverse, because products are changing all the time. And when we talk about a diverse product, for instance, coal was one of our heavy product, but there's hardly any coal that's now available. So I think the challenges that the port has is, one, the deepening of our port. That's crucial, because the ships are getting bigger. The diversity of product, we have to, and we do have a proactive director that has an outstanding marketing team that we go out and sell our port in a competitive market. And is there anything further you'd like the board to consider? I think that my involvement on an international level, because I was past president of the American Port of the Pacific Port, which include all the rim part of the ports, I was able to bring those various ports from the Pacific Rim port to Stockton and show them our port and our services. I serve on 2 international organizations, committee member on economic development, maritime economic development, and I also serve on public relations with the American Association of American Ports. And recently, I've been elected to serve on the women panel with the International Harbor and Ports. And so, as a leader in these various international organizations, I'm able to bring our port to the forefront and internationally show that we are efficient, safe, clean port, and competitive when it comes to fees. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a few follow-up questions. Supervisor Elliott, you want to kick this off?
Sure. Thank you, Chair. And good afternoon, Ms. Blanchard. You mentioned in your questionnaire that there was a possibility of acquiring space at the Sharp Army Depot. So how would you see that playing into the future plans for the port?
That's an important area that our port has not been involved with, which is containerized. And we've talked about maybe perhaps developing shop depot acreage to take extra containers from neighboring ports because they are running out of space and we still have space. So that's part of the plan at this point.
All right, thank you. Also, you referred to your past presidency of the Association of Pacific Ports. Are you still involved with that organization?
I'm on the board. I'm still the past president on the board. And we do have Japanese officials contacting us, asking us to help with some of the rice, because we export a lot of rice that goes to Japan. So we have that connection as a board member because they send their officials to attend our board meetings. And so we have a good running communication connection with the Pacific Rim ports and their officials. Yes.
Great. Thank you.
Supervisor Wynn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There are two aspects to the port. Could you tell me what they are?
We're landlord, and in fact, I think that when we talked about revenues, the rental, the leases from the private investment that we have on the port is close to $10-15 million easily, $1 billion, not million, $1 billion in rent. So we do have a good steady income as being a landlord. With the shipping part, we recently have had to take a hit because of the tariff war, but that's the reason why we have to be diverse as a port so that we can invite other shipping company and other ship owners to consider the products coming to our break bulk port. So when we talk about two aspects, we're landlord, which gives us a steady income. We're shipping industry, and we have to be diverse and have a good marketing plan.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Patty?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon. By the way, I want to thank you for your good service to the port thus far.
Thank
Long
you
storied
for-
history, also Stocktonian of the Year. You're an example of Stockton's excellence, and your commitment's commendable, so thank you. Can you define the Port Commissioner's job?
We are policymakers. We make sure that the policy decisions have also a good business plan. We supervise the director to have good communication throughout the year with our director so that we're comfortable with the business plan. The director is comfortable with our understanding of the budget. So we need to understand the budget. We understand, we don't do operation, that's the director's business. But we need to know the business plan ahead of time, like maybe 1 or 2 years ahead of time, and be visionaries and provide for openness, transparency, if you please, to our community, what the port is doing, how we're doing, why we do it. So I think that's part of our responsibility, is to make connections also with non-port involved people so that they feel that they are a stakeholder of our port and they can come and ask us questions at any time. Recently, we've had the Sierra people coming about questioning, and union people come and ask questions, what we're doing, why we're doing it. And I think the policy makers, such as the commissioner, have an obligation to be certain that the director address these questions in a very transparent way, very factual way, so that they work well with the unions, the laborers, and the longshoremen.
Okay, thank you. Good answer. Can you identify what would be a best type of client out of the port utilizing services, and what services would they utilize? I know you've touched on it a little bit already, but it's a series of my questions.
Yeah, I think major concern with the port is that these are maritime related investors, so that we don't rent to people that don't utilize the wharfs and the port and the ships that's calling and all that. We have, I think, 40% long-term large firms that have come, and they are maritime-oriented businesses. I think that's one of the things we need to keep important as a port. We collect rent by the billions. In fact, on the books right now, we're negotiating for another $1.5 billion lease, so that we want to make sure we have enough power when they come in as tenants. We buy power, by the way, from Shell Energy, and then we use PG&E for infrastructures. But we want to make sure that, and we spend like $2 to $3 million on environmental issues to make sure that tenants don't pollute and cause pollution to the channel or our facility. So that as commissioners, as policymakers, those are the areas that we look at besides the budget. We look at also the performance. We evaluate the performance of the director. But we look at where is our income coming from, and how are our money being utilized, and how are we investing our money, and also do we have a sound policy that will be lasting for our port.
Okay, thank you. Can you define for me the stevedore relationship at the port?
Yes, the SSA. The stevedore hired the longshoremen for us, and then they bill us for what they pay the longshoremen and what they profit. They probably, maybe, I'm guessing, 15% profit for their service. So we work well with our SSA, and we work well with the longshoremen, because the partnership has to work in order for our port to function efficiently. And we do have good leadership amongst our own port staff that works well with the SSA, the Services of America, the stevedore, and the longshoremen. And they attend our board meetings and ask questions, and we are always very transparent if we don't have the same agreement at the time. But so far, our director has worked well with the longshoremen and the SSA so far.
And those contracts are up for renewal with the stevedores, is that correct?
It's coming up, but we do have a contract probably already agreed upon in certain limits.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Lastly, then, as a port commissioner, are you available? And I know you've got a busy schedule. We're both in Rotary together, and you've got a myriad of things going on in the community. But are you available for international travel, as commissioners need to be, to represent the port's interests?
Being an officer of the APP of Pacific Rim and having been a committee member of 2 international organizations, I've made every effort to be sure to attend them because I've been invited and given many presentations internationally so that I go with a plan, and I usually work with our marketing team as much as I could before we even leave so that we have a plan how to make the presentation, what we want to show, and how many people do we want to contact after the presentation. So I usually have a plan, and I usually make myself very available to attend these conferences because I can make presentations and show off our brand and our port at these international conferences. And they are very worthwhile.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Blanchard. I think that's all for now. You can take a seat. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and thank you for the opportunity to serve on the port. It's an honor. Thank you.
The last applicant today will be Jeremy Terhune. Good afternoon, Mr. Terhune.
Good afternoon. How are you?
You will have 2 minutes to make an opening statement. At the conclusion of your opening statement, we will post 4 questions on the board. Beginning with the first question, you will have 2 minutes for each of the questions.
Okay. Thank
Go
you
ahead
very
and
much.
begin. You're welcome.
So I brought some notes for my opening statement. If I can find them. Thank you very much for the opportunity to apply for the Port Commission. Since serving in the Peace Corps in 2002, I've dedicated 18 years of my career to assisting under-resourced community to build the leadership that San Joaquin County needs, particularly in the natural resources field and also community organizing. I have extensive experience collaborating with local government organizations. For over 12 years, I've served on various boards and committees volunteering in the community. And I'm deeply familiar and passionate about environmental justice as a prevailing issue in the state of California and in the San Joaquin Valley. I believe that my experience would provide a unique and contemporary perspective to the Port Commission that, at least as long as I've been here since I moved back home, I have not seen serving yet on such an important commission in Stockton. As a commissioner, I would take special interest in the continued progress in the Port's green marine portfolio. Environmental sustainability, as you can imagine, is important to me. I would hope to assist the Port to build stronger community connections through Boggs Tract Community Farm, a farm that I started. And also, I'm very passionate, considering I have a young daughter growing up in this county, in building youth leadership and professional opportunities for the kids in our community, particularly underprivileged kids that don't get access. And that would be my 2 minutes.
Thank you.
Oh, no.
So beginning with the first question that will now be displayed on the screen, you'll have 2 minutes for each question. Please share your interest in the Port of Stockton and your qualifications to serve as commissioner.
Sure, thank you. I grew up watching the port, seeing the ships go by, dare I say, swimming in the San Joaquin River. And I've had a fascination and vested interest and family interest in economic involvement in the port. Number 2, I've put my money where my mouth is and my time where my mouth is, and I've invested in the port community over $1 million, as a matter of fact, with a nonprofit I started to improve the neighborhood in collaboration as a port tenant, as a nonprofit. Number 3, if it's not already apparent, I'm very passionate about increasing opportunities to grow the port and expand the already 80-plus people workforce involved out there at the port and grow that budget even further. I have a very unique perspective, as I mentioned, regarding community engagement and outreach and environmental perspectives. I got a grant from the National Fish and Wildlife Foundation and did a native grass restoration project on the Calaveras River, which is a 200-year floodplain. I started a watershed group, the Friends of the Lower Calaveras River. All those beautiful watershed signs you see over the Calaveras River throughout Stockton was my project when I worked for Defenders of Wildlife. And most importantly, I have a balanced perspective because I worked shoveling coal and shoveling sulfur as a casual ID longshoreman, and I'm proud to say that. To have a commissioner that can bring that full circle perspective, I think is very important for this board to consider. And I also have to comment that I'm thoroughly impressed by the business acumen of the other candidates, and it makes me feel good as a Stocktonian in San Joaquin County that we have such talented people applying for this. Okay, second question. What can the port do to engage Stockton and San Joaquin County? I was just in a casual conversation with a colleague of mine, Virginia Medueño. She is the chair of the Boating Waterways Commission. And I think, there are some very interesting and wonderful opportunities to increase community access to the water. I can say I remember the pre-9/11 days when people were fishing at the port. And I think there is a whole slew, concerning the nonprofit that I started, of people, there's a pun there, get it, slew, of great community organizations that want to get involved and get out there on the port. I'm trying to respect time here. What are some significant challenges that I see here at the port? I was really impressed with the trial shipment of 2,000 metric tons of torrefied wood pellets to Japan. I understand perfectly well that the primary export of the port right now is over 1 million tons of coal. And I think we need to come up with a smart plan to diversify it and tap into the green energy revolution happening around the world to grow our port. We're all very aware that it's been slow at the port lately with the tariffs and now with the corona crisis that complicates matters further. So we have to figure out how we can diversify that portfolio. Given that, we are a unique bulk cargo port, one of the few on the West Coast. I think the only one on the West Coast, I'm not sure. I think that the conveyance equipment for coal and bulk goods is worthwhile of continued investment and improvement to increase efficiency and safety, and continued investment in internal access roads on the port, in addition to continued improvement of warehouse facilities to ensure better continued and improved worker safety and also efficiency of movement of goods, not on the primary roads of the port, but on the inside access roads of the port, because, I'm PIT qualified. I can drive the big lifts, and I can drive small forklifts as well. And when you're driving around in that port and you're driving your vehicles around that port, that damages investments that the port is making on their own property. So that's something that port commissioners could consider. And obviously, I'm super excited about the commitment towards zero emissions and building on those efforts. And I think 3 killer issues, I'm going to run out of time. Nutria, aquatic invasive species, and increased sedimentation of the San Joaquin River are super important issues that are only going to compound. I have more, but I ran out of time.
Thank you. Final question.
Is that it?
There was one more question. If there's anything that you would like the board to consider before making a decision on the appointment.
I understand and respect where you're coming from, and the port is one of the key economic drivers of this community. It connects us to the world. I come, from an international family, and I appreciate the connection that it makes. And I just encourage all of you to make the best decision that you can make so that we continue growing and creating great opportunities for my kids, our kids, and, was a little sad to hear about the recent permit violations for the biodiesel stuff. Let's pay close attention to that. Any of our future commissioners, that's important. And I think, since I have the bully pulpit, give some love to the Delta Sculling people and the folks trying to get access out on the Delta. And Prop 68, a lot of state funds are up right now. Take advantage of that, use that to continue to make our community great and livable. So thank you, all of you, for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you. I think we may have a few questions for you.
Sure.
Supervisor Elliott?
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Terhune. In your response to the questionnaire, you mentioned your special interest in the continued progress of the port's green marine and environmental sustainability portfolio. What did you have in mind in regard to that?
Sure. I think part of that is, I guess I'll answer you with a story. I remember working on the pile, which is a big pile of rice in the warehouse, with the lifts going in and out of there. And the investment in the electric lifts, although there I think are still some efficiency issues that they're working out on them, is a good step towards having a clean and green marine. Continuing to assess operations and improving control of bulk product and making sure that it's getting from point A to point B as quickly with as minimal spillage, which the port has a good record of already anyway, doing is great as well. Focusing once again on the management of invasives, connections. It's a clean marine is a big package, I think. It's hard to talk about in one small answer.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Supervisor Wynn?
Thank you, Madam Chair. There are two aspects to the port, two operations, basically. Could you tell me what they are?
Two operations at the port?
Two different, I guess, components to the port.
You have movements of goods coming into the port, and they are loaded on ships and exported, and then you have goods that come in and they're offloaded and put on trains and I'm not going to say plane trains and automobiles because that's not true, but it's just fun to say.
That's a good answer.
Yeah. It's a complex operation. It's cool. It's cool to having been out there loading stuff myself and seeing how it works.
Well, the other aspect I was looking for is the real estate or the leases of businesses that operate.
Duh. Yeah, no, there's a huge port tenant community. I'm one of them with the farm. And I think, the port tenants bring in a lot of investments. I didn't memorize the figure, but it's significant. And they bring jobs. And I think building those collaborative partnerships and also actually looking at, I'm an example of what the port can do in developing small business in the community by leveraging some of their properties to have a small community farm that's dropped over $1 million over in the Box Track neighborhood and fed people. So that's crucial as well, I think, hopefully.
Which one of those two would you find the most interesting?
Wow. Given the current circumstances, I think growing and diversifying the business community and the tenant community is particularly, I would be remiss if I didn't mention Michael Amon and all the stuff that he's discussed about attracting technology companies and more, green businesses into the county. I guess Frank Farrell would agree with that as well. I'm more excited about that. I'm really excited about aquatic center, potential aquatic centers and other opportunities that could be pulled into the port. And, developing a portfolio that will help the port weather times when maybe steel and certain other goods might not be moving as quickly as we would like them to in and out of the port and causing some gaps in the P&L a little bit.
Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Patty?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Would you define what you think the role of the commissioner is? What's your job task?
Well, I mean, first and foremost, you know, as a commissioner, you're a steward of the bylaws. You are tasked with overseeing the financial fiduciary well-being of the port. You're accountable to the Board of Supervisors. It's important for you to be a good community partner. So, I mean, the annual report says it, you know, operational efficiency, community commitment, environmental sustainability, diversifying towards a clean energy portfolio. Those are all goals that past commissioners have already set. And I think it's your job to take those goals and help develop them. And, you know, I believe that having a diverse commission, not a group of people, everybody with the same skill set, that could represent different perspectives and the diversity of our community, actually makes for a stronger port commission. And so that's not necessarily something a port commissioner does per se, but it's how I think the port commission should work. And obviously understand how to read a P&L and understand basic finances.
Okay, thank you. Could you define, not by name per se, but maybe describe the best type of tenant we could have out of the port to generate revenues and to utilize the port?
I am unashamed to say an ideal port tenant would be somebody like Pelton Shepherd, for example, who has created an innovative product with blue ice that is doing really well out in the port as a tenant, and has over the years committed to helping our little community farm and be a good community partner and come out there to events, made regular donations to put foods in tummies. And I think an ideal tenant, number one, is a successful business. And number two, is able to speak and hit to the goals in the annual report that I just mentioned that they have set forth. Particularly diversification of their portfolio, their energy portfolio.
Okay. Next question. Can you describe the relationship with the stevedore company and its function at the port?
You mean the Local 54? Yeah, I was a casual ID in the Local 54 until I got busy with working for the state and other things. But, you know, you have a union and you have union workers out there doing their job the best they can. You have the port administration, they're administrating the port, and everybody has to try to work as a team and with the Pacific Maritime Association, PMA, and get along, so to speak, and keep goods moving, keep things moving, you know, settle differences, be productive, be safe and slow.
All right, thank you. If you're done. Is that it?
Unless you have any other,
okay. So, and then my last question is, being a port commissioner oftentimes requires traveling international, and it's important that a commissioner is available to represent this county or the city, the interests of this region. Is your schedule available, or is there limitations to your availability for international travel?
I think as long as we are able to plan properly, I work for a great boss at the Delta Protection Commission right now. I have a wonderful commissioner sitting in front of me, as a matter of fact, Supervisor Wynn here, and I would be able to hopefully apply for the leave that I would need to perform those duties. I am a returned Peace Corps volunteer. Me avisa si mandan alguien a Panama, algo así, bilingual as well. So I would love that. Vamos para allá, or wherever we're going to go. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. You can have a seat. Thank you, Jeremy.
For your time.
Thank you.
Well, Chair, this concludes the public interview portion. At the board's direction, for the past couple of months, I have brought forward 2 ballots for the board to complete for the 2 positions that are available. These ballots should be completed by the board members. You can have discussion if you wish prior to doing the ballot. But you had mentioned, I believe, at the last meeting that it was of interest to the board to take this one position at a time. So you would complete one ballot. You would make a determination which position you want to fill first. There's the vacant position with the unexpired terms, and then there's the 4-year term position to fill Elizabeth Blanchard's position. Once those ballots are completed and turned in, I would ask that we call a brief recess while we tally those results, and then we'll display the results on the screen. At that time, the board can further discuss the results, and they will need to take action to actually appoint the position. And then we would move to the next position. One at a time separately was the direction that the board had asked at the last.
So which position are we talking about filling first?
That's up to the board. There's 2 positions to fill. If you have a preference for which one you want to fill first before considering the next one, it's up to you.
Why don't we deal with the incumbent position first?
So that is position number 6101.1.
Point 1. Mm-hmm.
And I do have additional ballots in case you need to redo. Yeah. Do you need another one? Okay. Yeah.
You need another one? Want to pass them?
Oh, sure.
Have a name?
Madam Chair, I would just ask that we call for a brief recess while we tally the results.
Okay, so we'll take 5 minutes, 5-minute recess, and then we'll be. We're back. Before we take the vote, I'm going to ask if there's any public comment. In the interest of time, I'm hoping that everybody will, if you feel compelled to comment, you'll keep your comments very succinct. We rest assured that on all of these applicants, we received numerous letters of support from throughout the community. So, but I am going to ask if there's any member of the public that would like to speak. Okay, seeing none, clerk of the board.
Okay. We're going to display the results of the ballot, and at that time the board can discuss or make a motion to appoint the person who received the highest points.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so the totals are 6 for Dr. Blanchard, 1 for Diane Correa, 9 for Steve Doherty, 3 for Peter Johnson, 0 for Jeremy Terhune, and 11 for William Trezza. So, any discussion, or is the board prepared to make a motion?
I would make a motion to accept these, the ballot as submitted, and appoint the highest number of tally, William Trezza.
We'll second the motion.
Okay. Cast your votes. We have a motion and a second. And that is approved 5-0. Okay, so we're going to move on to the second position. Please mark your ballots. I'm not going to recess. You're too hard. You're all too hard to round back up. We're just going to stay here till we finish. Supervisor Patty, I'm going to note that this one without the name was yours. Okay.
Okay, the results will be displayed in just
Okay. Dr. Blanchard, 11. Diane Correa, 3. Steve Doherty, 10. Peter Johnson, 6. Jeremy Terhune, 0. So Dr. Blanchard, by a nose. So I will ask, is there any discussion, or is someone prepared to make a motion?
I'll make a motion to accept.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. And that is approved 5-0. I'd like to personally thank everyone that applied. This was by far our most impressive group of applicants for port commissions that this board has ever seen. It was our largest, very well qualified applicants. All of you put a lot of time into this process, coming for interviews, returning questionnaires. The board really appreciates how thoughtful all of you were about the process, and we're very grateful for your willingness to serve. These positions do come up regularly. City of Stockton also has 4 appointments to make. So we would like to encourage all of you, please don't be discouraged and continue. If this is a position that you have a real desire and a passion for, continue, because all of you are certainly qualified to serve as port commissioners, and really the board thanks you very much. Before we adjourn, we have a report out of closed session, and then I'll ask for final comments from the board.
Thank you. Today in closed session, the board authorized counsel to file litigation if necessary to ensure the safety of the patients who receive services from the County Healthcare Services against the California Nurses Association and SEIU, and to ensure that the conduct of the upcoming election is not impeded should that litigation prove necessary.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to, final comments from the board? Okay. Supervisor Patty?
I'll go brief because there was a few things I did have some paperwork for it. A couple things I'd like this board to consider, maybe county council can bring it back to us, is there's 17 counties now, and again, all the information in my office, but 17 counties have enacted Laura's Law. And it's a law that's modeled after, allows behavioral health department to step in and help out with administering care for people that are unable to make those decisions for themselves through behavioral health issues or perhaps substance abuse. So I'd like to see that on a future agenda for us to discuss as a board, and it's worked out to be a very powerful tool. It's cut back on criminal activity, incarceration, courts proceedings, and repetitive problems with some in that in that population. So Laura's Law. I'd like to see that. Also, recently I was watching the news and catching that Sacramento has started to put in some restrictions of encampments on their waterways, the embankments. I'd like to see if that can be brought back at this time. Something about that could be considered here in San Joaquin County.
I believe that was on their agenda for today, but I have been tied up, so I haven't seen the outcome of that. But we'll follow up on that.
Okay, I appreciate that. And then also a couple other things. In discussion in the community, people have come up to me on multiple occasions, and my office is looking at it, and perhaps we collectively could look at, but what could be an alternate location for an emergency shelter at a place of consideration is on the Arch Road, there's a women's prison that's no longer utilized as a prison. There might be some state office holders in there, but when you look at a facility and you look at where you could do housing, you've got kitchen, you've got water, you've got sewer, you've got all the facilities needed to possibly put in and create an emergency shelter for use of dollars as they might be coming to us for that type of purpose. And there was one more thing, but at this moment it evades me, so that'll be all at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Wynn?
I'll just comment there, Larry left, but that was an excellent system by which to make a selection. I hope we'll be able to use it in the future for other positions, which obviously we had an abundance of candidates, and obviously it worked out well. Other than that, I saw where Caltrans got sued $5.5 million for a homeless encampment in Alameda, of which I thought was interesting that the attorneys got $3.5 million out of that, which was interesting. Other than that, attended a mega region conference last Friday in Tracy, which is the nine Bay Area counties, Sacramento and San Joaquin. Total for transportation for the Bay Area is about $56 billion for various projects, including the Capital Corridor, et cetera. So, other than that,
Supervisor Elliott.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I wanted to just thank all the applicants for the position of the port director. I thought they were all excellent, did a great job on the interview process here, and just appreciate their willingness to serve. And congratulations to the two who were selected.
Thank you. Okay, then. There's no... Pardon me? They were both for 4-year terms, and Mr. Trezza was selected for one position, and Dr. Blanchard was selected for the other. So they're both 4-year terms. Oh, one is two?
Only one was.
I'm sorry. You're absolutely correct. So the first one, Bill Trezza was selected for a 4-year term. Dr. Blanchard was selected to fill the remaining 2-year term. We'll do a better job explaining next time. Thank you all. Okay, we are adjourned. Thank you, everybody.